the Brazilian reskin, as I said. It's a relatively basic looking kind of vertical shooter, but it's not to be taken lightly. It can easily prove really problematic for any people that even lose concentration for a second.
Oh yes. And as you can see right now, destroying these little squares actually, if you destroy enough of these squares, it spawns a power-up. Some of them are speed-ups, other of them are offensive-based power-ups, which improves your main weaponry.
Yeah, and as they get through the goal, we'll have like little pods next to the ship as well, which also fire the same weapon that you've got. It makes dealing with bosses and waves of enemies a lot easier.
Yeah, and right now, Beatran, Crazy Rasmus, Mephisto's now got this little plasma beam-like weapon. It penetrates through targets. You shoot way less to kill your targets. And the next set of power-ups are going to be the little mini-ships, which basically increases the, range, the coverage of your weaponry.
Yeah, it increases the width of the weapon.
Oh, definitely, yeah, that's a good term to say it. The first level is fantastic because you can actually upgrade to max very easily in this level, and then for the next few levels you just got to be good at dodging every single attack, or kill him if you want to kill him.
Yeah, this is a one-hit kill game, so if even one projectile hits you, that's it, you've lost a life, and if you do lose a life, you're back to your base weapon. So it's really important not to take any hits whatsoever during this game, otherwise it'll really slow you down.
Yeah, it's definitely like a Formula 1 kind of game where if you crash, i.e. die in this case, it's very hard to recover, especially for level 3. It's that very evil level if you die partway through that level. So
we've got Chris Rasmus on the first boss right now, taking it out with relative ease.
Yeah, destroy 4 turrets and then the main part becomes vulnerable, I think.
Yeah, having the max weapon upgrade on this boss really makes it a lot easier. It means you can hit all the parts of the enemy at the same time.
Beatram, there you go, Beatram's done it now, and so the second level, I did play a little bit of this Master 15 games, and was looking for tips to help other runners, and for this one, if you place your ship at the very bottom left and put these mini ships slightly to the right, if you just keep on spamming fire, you're pretty much going to survive the entire level. And Crazy Rasmus got hit.
Yeah, Crazy Rasmus takes a death, so he's back down to his base weapon. He'll have to try and build that up as much as he can while he gets through the second level. The second level will be much more difficult with the base weapon. There's a lot of, as you can see here, there's some enemies that with the base weapon take multiple hits to kill. Once you've widened it, it'll obviously take them out in one, but
yes,
they can be much more problematic when you've only got the base weapon.
And you also you're actually a lot slower as well, so it's good like trying to dodge faster obstacles, projectiles.
Yeah, the chilies that you're seeing, they're the speed ups. So once he's picked a couple of them up, he should get back to a reasonable speed and be able to dodge more easily. And
the circular flies there are your weapon-based power-ups.
That looks like Infinite Mystery's having a bit of trouble here. Taking a couple of deaths right at the start of the second level.
The first two games, Astro Warrior and Outrun, are both very evil, even though they're kind of arcadey. Technically they are kind of arcade games, but if you make a mistake, it's very hard to recover.
Yeah,
especially for Outrun's case.
Yeah, Outrun, if you crash even once, it can be the difference between finishing the game and not. So we're going to have to be really, really careful on that with predicting what's happening in Outrun. But we'll get to that when these guys have finished the goal for Chapachule.
And I think Crazy Rasmus has restarted the game because he had a bit of problems with the second level. Beatram, I'm not sure if he had died once yet in the second level. No, he's
still got the max weapon, so he's fine. Mephistos has just taken a death, though, to the second boss. If you die on a boss, I believe you start back on it.
Yeah, that's right.
So you have to kill the boss then with the base weapon and with the, with only being slow, so it's a lot more tricky. This boss, as you can see, there's 4 weak spots there that you need to hit, and then the middle weak spot will become vulnerable, and Mephistus takes it out on the second attempt.
Okay, so the third level, this is where if you lose your ship right now, it's very hard to recover. You got some indestructible obstacles coming right up, like you see on Beatron's screen. These cloning ice cubes. Those are very annoying, especially when you're underpowered. And these eyes that do diagonal shots, and they take forever to die if you have a basic weapon. It's 90 seconds or 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes long, this auto-scroller as well. I timed it to see. Ah, he take a hit. Oh dear.
Yeah, Mephistus takes a death there. So he's got the struggle of level 3 with base weaponry.
Same with Beatram too. Ooh, oh,
yeah,
no,
Beatram takes it. So everyone's having struggles with Astro Warrior early on.
Oh, Mephistus took another hit. Oh, Beatram as well. Yeah, that was nasty. Judging from the screen before, it took. Yeah, I forgot what to say now. But
yeah, Astro Warrior is proving itself to be incredibly tricky for anyone who makes even a very small mistake. We reckon the entire run will probably be just over 3 hours for the winner, but with that we have no idea depending on how they do. Like, people are having a lot of trouble with this first game, so it could end up being longer.
Yeah, Beatram, for those on chat, Beatram did manage to do a run of all 15 in under 3 hours and 10, but that also depends on how well he does with the first 2 games. The first 2 games are the most punishing, and then let me see, judging from the rest, it's not all too bad for the rest of the games, actually. Probably Rastan is the most.
Rastan could be problematic. You have got limited continues in that game, so it's very easy to completely game over and have to start that again. Some of the bosses specifically can be difficult in Rastan, but we'll get to that when we get to Rastan.
Yeah. So now Crazy Rasmus is on the second level, fully powered up. As long as he doesn't get a hit, he might have a better chance than Beatram's case. Mephistus took another hit. Is that game over? No, he's got, I think it's 1 or 2 lives remaining.
Mephistus is on 1 life. I don't know about Beatram at this point. Don't know how many lives he's got.
Infinite Mysteries on the first boss. Okay, Crazy Erasmus is now. Oh, okay. I think he's near the end of the second level. Judging from. Okay. Beatram has now dodged the very hard part of the game. Now I'm fighting against the boss. And
Takes a death
one
straight
life.
to the boss. He's on his last life now, so he needs to be incredibly careful.
Yeah, and Mephistus has beaten it. Mephistus is ahead right away. He's on to the second game right now, Outrun. This is basically complete the game, which is roughly, I want to say roughly 5-minute run, if done well.
Yeah, around about that. The difference between Astro Warrior and this version is that this version is a reskin, and number of lives is increased in this version that they're running now, just to make it a little bit easier. But Beatram's on to Outrun as well.
Congratulations, Beatram. So yeah, this is a Master System port of the arcade classic. Not a bad port at the time it came out, to be honest. Even the original arcade was 30 frames per second. And this game has the core stuff, you know, it has split paths, so there's like 5 different endings. It has 4 tracks, I think, and in 8-bit style now, obviously. And Mephistus has crashed, so this is not going to be easy to recover.
He has crashed at the easiest place to recover, though. He's on the very first level, so he can recover from this.
Oh, okay.
Perfectly played, you've got about 15 seconds or so of leeway, so a crash on the first level isn't instantly a game over. It does make it a lot more difficult, though.
It's only the 5th section that is actually much shorter, because it doesn't have a split path mechanic, it just instantly ends. So the 5th part is much shorter than the first 4.
Yeah. Beaton looking like he's not having too much trouble with Outrun so far. So with Outrun, we're allowing any one of the routes to be completed. So basically, whichever one they allow, well, not they allow, whichever one they feel is easiest for them, is what they'll be going for.
A little common feature for Master System, although it's roughly 50 games that support it, is a thing called FM audio. I'm not sure you can hear on Twitch, if you can hear the game audio or not, but basically you can hear the default setting is called PSG, which is basically 8-bit. And this little audio add-on called the FM audio makes it almost sounds like you're playing a Genesis game in terms of audio quality. This game supports FM audio. And there's a few other games on the list that supports it too, including Rastan and Wonder Boy 3 and Fantasy Zone 2. Yeah, those are the games that support the FM audio. And Beatrum and both Mephistus are on Section 3. Retro Omega is near the end of the first stage for the first game, Astro Warrior. I know it's technically the Brazilian reskin, but saying Astro Warrior is way easier to pronounce it. And Crazy Erasmus on the 3rd level, underpowered. Good luck, mate. Oh, and saying that, commentator's curse, he gets it.
Ah, don't do that, man. Ruining everything.
And Retro Omega decided to reset the game for some reason. I think it's because he was underpowered and didn't feel comfortable to start level 2 with no power-ups. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's understandable. It is a really difficult prospect.
Festus on the next section. Don't forget, he was in the lead. He was the first player to start Outrun, so he has just over 60 seconds on the clock. Beatrim's on the next section with, well, I think roughly 80 seconds. Yep, he's got a better chance now to actually complete the game, as long as he doesn't crash. Mephistus can't afford a major crash.
Yeah, he can maybe afford a little bump, but a full crash would probably be a game over at this point.
Yeah.
For Mephistus. And having played Outrun quite a bit, the 4th section, it's the turning on it is really annoying because it appears to be turning more than it actually is at times, and at other times it's turning less than it seems. You know, it's a really confusing stage. But the guys seem to be dealing with it okay at the moment.
Yeah, we played this game on a thing called Master Monday, where every night, Monday night, we play a random Master System game. Most of the time completing the game, if we're lucky. And it took me roughly 30 minutes, I think, to actually complete Outrun. And I got to the end with 0 seconds left on the in-game timers, so it was that close to actually completing the game. Okay, so both players with Vistas and Beatron on this 5th section. This is where everything counts now. Retro Mega has passed the first stage of Astro Warrior. Oh, Mephistus crashed. It's very slim now. It's basically its chance of actually winning this one is now really slim.
Yeah, it's going to be, if he does manage it, it's going to be very, very close.
It's fortunate that the last level is usually a little bit shorter than the others because there's no split path near the end. Just basically congratulations, and it looks like it is.
Has he managed it?
Yes, he's managed it. Congratulations.
Yes, with 6 seconds. So Mephistus can move on to the next game, which is Bubble Bobble. And the goal for this one is to get to the end of round 30.
For some fun trivia, apparently this Bubble Bobble port is pretty special because it has 200 levels and not just 100. And the name for it in Japan is called Final Bubble Bobble. Apparently, one of the main criticisms for this port, however, is that if you're at the top of the screen, if you try to jump, you will not appear from the bottom half of the screen, which is a very strange quirk. But if you've seen loads of Bubble Bobble runs from other ports, this is no exception.
Yeah, this is a pretty good port of Bubble Bobble all round. All of the main mechanics seem to be in place pretty well, so.
But yeah, so it really depends on the player's knowledge, pretty much, on how well they can get through this game. Even though Beecher and Mephistus are not too far apart, it's really based on knowledge on how well they can do, and execution.
Yeah, Mephistus just took a death there, which has allowed Beatrim to close the gap quite a bit there.
One nice thing about this game compared to the other two, that this one has infinite continues. So
yeah, a game over on this isn't the end. You don't need to restart the game. You can just carry on from the same level you left off at. And Beatrim's spawning the letters for extend, but he's not actually taking them, so I don't think he's intending on warping at any point. I say that and he takes 2 of them.
Yeah, the main mechanics usually is if you hold the jump button, you can bounce on top of a bubble. Special bubbles like a water bubble, the direction you burst it affects where it comes out. So if you face left and burst that special bubble, it will come out to the right, and vice versa really. So if you burst a special bubble facing right, it will come out to the left. That's something really important for one of the levels later on, where you pretty much need to use special lightning bolt bubbles to launch an electric projectile that goes horizontally across the screen. You need to face left to launch the lightning bolts to your right.
So looking like Beatrim's actually overtaken Mephistus at this point.
Oh yes,
Mephistus
he has.
taking some time getting through these levels, with Beatrim clearly being quite a bit faster.
Unfortunately, I don't know enough about every single quirk about Bubble Bubble, unfortunately. So don't ask me about what triggers Easter eggs or what triggers these special power-ups that allows you to skip some of the stages. It happened to Beatrim a few times when he picked up, I think, a candle.
Yeah, I think the letters are spawned by killing multiple enemies at once in a stage, I believe.
Yeah.
And obviously if you collect extend, there's I think it warps you forward a number of levels. I think it's 10. It's either 5 or 10. I'll need to check on that one.
But here's my least favourite enemy in the game, the ones that move diagonally. I had a hard time when trying these games on the Master 15s. Like, it's not unpredictable, but it's very hard to anticipate their movement in a short time.
Yeah, the runners at the moment seem to be doing a reasonable job, though. As Mephistus has overtaken Beatram again. They're exchanging hands quite a bit over this game.
And he took a hit. Oh, he's got a couple of lives left. It's the nice thing about having extra lives that if you get game over it, you go back to your room, but the whole enemy count is reset. So you don't want to kill all the enemies except one and then get game over immediately afterwards. So having extra lives is very handy for tougher rooms.
Yeah. And obviously, ideally, they won't need any. But obviously, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So need to consider the possibility of not getting everything perfect.
And there's one left for Mephistus. It's a red one. It's the last one. Yeah, the obvious mechanic obviously is that one, the survived last enemies who survives becomes raged and moves a lot faster than usual. Typical arcade mechanics.
Yeah, that also happens to any enemies if you take too long completing the level. It gives you a hurry up warning and all the enemies enrage. That shouldn't be a problem for our racers, but you never know.
I think Mephistus' stream is down? Yeah, no, it's alright. It froze for a bit. It might be his connection.
Yeah, he's not on the best internet connection in the world. He's on Brazil-Tenet, shall we say.
He's got the lot. Okay, yep, took the last enemy down. Yeah, they're pretty much screen for screen, except that Mephistus finishes the level by the time Beatram starts his attempts.
Yeah, going back to the other two runners we've got on the screen, both of them still having trouble with Astro Warrior. Really, this game is really showing itself to be incredibly difficult, and it is. It's not an easy game whatsoever, and for it to be the first game in one of these races, really, it's gonna weed out people who haven't practiced.
One left keeps on changing from Infinite Mystery to Retro Mega. Oh wow, the meteor just comes right in and hits him. Yeah.
Yeah, the start of that level is pretty brutal if you take a death.
Oh yeah.
And Mephistus is now basically an entire screen ahead of Beatram at this point. So he's starting to extend the lead.
He's got 2 lives remaining as well for Mephistus' case, so it's not all too bad for him. But he's in an awkward spot though. Yeah, this is the part where he's like, okay, how am I going to do this? And yeah, alright actually. He's got power up now, so that made it a lot easier. Rapid fire like power up. That's really handy.
Yeah, that's clearly the easiest way to deal with that level. Group them all up and just rapid fire them. Rasmus's taking yet another game over on Astro Warrior.
Could this be a first for these mega marathons where the best players are still stuck on the first game whilst others have finished it, I wonder?
Well, you'd imagine the best players would be the ones that finished.
Hmm.
At least the best on the day.
Oh yeah.
Beatram taking a game over on screen 16. So he has to sit through the little cutscene as well. Probably the worst screen of the game to actually have a game over on.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is on screen number 18. He's got another 12 more screens to go. Fortunately, only screen 30, which is the final level for this goal, introduces the pogo-like enemies. And they're not even too hard to hit, thanks to the lightning bolt power-ups from what I remember. Yes, the commentators is me, Green Link, and John UK. Racers for this event is Beatram, Mephistus, Infinite Mystery, Retro Mega, Crazy Erasmus, and I think TNT?
Yeah, TNT's racing. He's also on Astro Warrior. He's currently fighting the final boss for this goal.
Oh, that's...
And he's just beaten it, so he'll be able to move on to Outrun now.
Oh, alrighty, that's not 3 out of 6. This is now going with all the enemies together. He's got 1 life left. He's in a part of the phase now that he should not try and get killed too many times, otherwise he keeps on resetting the same level over and over again. As I said before, if you game over a level and you have like 1 enemy left, when you restart that level,
take it out anyway.
Yes, that's very fortunate.
But the amount of time he took on that has allowed Beatram to catch up.
Oh yeah.
19. So there's now only 1 screen.
Yeah, Beatram's definitely... nice. He used the special power to fill the entire level with water, I want to say. Killed all the enemies even easily. He's now definitely catching up.
Yeah, Beatram playing this very cleverly. Knowing when to use the power-ups is a really important part of the speedrun of this game.
Oh, here we go now. Beatram is now ahead. His download has been complete. All of his research on how to do these levels quickly is now slowly paying off. It's now level 21. Mephistus is now in the bonus zone. You wish Mephistus was collecting all the Chaos Emeralds, but that's not the case here. Picked up a book, and I think that slowed all... Oh no, this is the Ultra Lag power-up. If you look at Beatram's screen right now, this is what actually happens when you pick up the power-up. It goes single-digit FPS.
Yeah, the Master System known for having quite a bit of lag at the best of times, and this is really showing that.
And I think because... Oh yeah, there you go, Mephistus have now finished screen 21 as well, so now this is definitely screen per screen.
Yeah, this has got really close now. Beatram just in the lead by basically all the screen, but with this game it's really, you can't tell until the goal's over who's going to be in the lead at the end of it.
Let's see, Mephistus... He picks up a book. Yeah, it's very fortunate because it looked like Mephistus did not know the mechanic for the lightning bolts. He was hanging around the top of the screen, then that book came, and there you go, all the enemies are now frozen solid.
Yeah, I think Mephistus has not been able to get as much practice as he'd have liked him, so some of the mechanics might be unknown to him.
Yeah.
That said, he's doing very well for not having much practice.
So chat, who do you think's going to win this? Press 1 for Beatram, press 2 for Mephistus, press 3 for TNT, press 4 for Crazy Erasmus, press 5 for Infinite Mystery, or press 6 for Retro Mega. And now I need to remember what those numbers were myself. Oh, Retro's in chat. Let's have a quick look. No, he hasn't got forfeit, so he's still...
No one's forfeited, we're still all of the players. TNT looking like he's doing fairly well on Outrun. I think he's on the 4th section right now.
Soul UK, are you talking about the Charmstone warps? Because that kind of warp is not allowed. Looks like TNT is going for a different route in that one. Because I don't remember this level. Yeah.
I believe Mephistus and Beatrim both went right every time.
Okay.
I think that's the easiest route for them. TNT clearly going for a different route right now.
Yeah, all that practice paying off for Beatrim. You think that killing all the enemies is possible immediately, but there's some who survive and the shoots are viable. And Mephistus has taken the toll.
Mephistus just got took out by that, yep. Thought he had a life to spare, so he just comes back and takes them all out.
Racing Masters on level 3 of Astro Warrior. Level 29 for Beatrim, he's only got one more level left. Okay, so he's got, yeah, Beatrim's on the final level of this one. That's all good news. Fitz is on screen 29 out of 30. So here are the poker enemies. Fortunately, there should be lightning bolts coming in, which makes it a lot easier to kill them.
Beatrim takes an early death in that screen though.
And TNT's on game number 3. Crazy Rasmus.
Very smooth run of Outrun for TNT there. No real problems. He had a couple of bumps, but no major crashes.
The great Sir Nico. Yes, the game technically is an auto-scroller, but level 3 in particular is very punishing if you die whilst having your best power-ups, because if you play through the 3rd level without any power-ups, it's really unfair. Which is one of the main reasons why so many runners are still on the first game.
Yeah, we've still got half of our runners so far on this first game. It's really showing itself to be punishing.
I bid $10 for any best of NES runner who failed to complete this game in 24 hours.
Now Rasmus is on the final boss of the goal, and he's taken it out, so he gets to move on to that one.
Nice. And Beatrim's triggered a bonus and he's got away 14 seconds. Can he do it before Mephistus kills the last 2 enemies? Well, it's 3 enemies because one of them's still stuck in a... Nope, it's 2.
It's 2 now. Oh, no. And Mephistus gets taken out. He's on his last life now, so he needs to be quite careful. Okay,
so the next game is an ESA classic. This game needs no introduction.
We have X-Men Mojo World.
We won't spoil it, but you should watch that race from ESA. It's probably the funniest one we've watched this year. And it's also probably one of the fastest games to learn, next to Yeast. Once you see the game and know how to run it, it's a very fast game to master it and learn and all whatnot.
Yeah, Mephistus looking like he had a quicker switch over there. It's very close between them.
So, tier lists. Rogue is SSSSS plus tier, or the others are D minus tier.
Yeah, like if you were to ban a hero from this game, like people would ban Rogue. She is just so overpowered. Purely because she can fly.
Yep, she can fly. The mutant power meter takes a while to drain, so she can fly for quite some time. And you only need to punch. The projectiles have no benefit for this game. And there's 6 levels in this game as well, and
yeah,
majority is straightforward.
And a good run of this is anything below 5.5 minutes. So the levels are very quick. The bosses are a joke.
Retro Mega took a hit on the second boss of the first game. Beecham and Mephistus are neck and neck at the moment. I think Mephistus is in the lead. It's hard to tell because the background feels copy pasted so many times.
Yep, Mephistus is slightly in the lead. Beetram's health isn't looking too great. He's going to have to go back and get that health pickup. Otherwise, he'd have been killed by the second boss, most likely. Second boss being Magneto.
Magneto needs his curly mash stars to stand a chance against Rogue. He got his ass kicked. Now stage 3, and this is... No, this is a level where you go left to right still. I think it was like stage 4.
Stage 4, you kind of go left to right and then back underneath.
Yeah.
But in this stage, there is a zip. I don't know if any of the guys will be doing it, because it doesn't save much time, and there's no guarantee you'll get it. Mephistus didn't do it.
Oh, Beecham tried.
Beecham went for it, but the enemy didn't warp in the right direction for him.
And the boss is very quick to kill. Sentinel. Or I think it's Master Mode.
Beecham getting a bit lost here. Losing time to Mephistus on this game.
Yeah, Deep Freeze mentioned Jack correctly. Beecham's probably the only player out of the 6 who's actually playing all 15 games on actual legal carts.
Yeah, I believe he did that for the first Master 15 as well.
Nice.
I can't fully remember that though. I was too busy racing myself to remember.
I think he did. And I think mainly because the games back then were not overpriced. I think, like, for example, Mojo World for Master System is notoriously very pricey card to buy.
Yeah, the Master System version was only released in Brazil. So there's the issues of getting the game from Brazil, plus it being relatively rare as it was such a late game.
Yeah. Yeah, but Brazil is pretty well known for being the only country to release Game Gear games to Master System. This is one of the cases. This game was technically a Game Gear game.
Yeah, Tectoy, the Brazilian distributor for basically all of Sega's stuff, they basically ported quite a few Master System games from Game Gear ones. Mephistus going into level 5 now. Beecham fighting the level 4 boss.
And look, here's Captain Falcons. Original design, please not steal Nintendo. Okay, thanks, bye. It's a straightforward level. The difficulty is basically it's a maniac and suicidal, and one of the two is the easier difficulty.
Yeah, the maniac difficulty, I believe you take less damage when you get hit, so it's a fair bit easier. But even the harder difficulty doesn't really pose much problem. Like when you use Rogue, because you can just fly over all the difficult stuff.
And now they're on the final level, go fight against Mojo. It's a very straightforward one. You go right, kill at least one enemy, and then you go down, go left to enter a doorway. And then you just go right to the very bottom right area and fight against the final boss.
And here goes Mephistus.
Nice, Mojo's down from Mephistus' screen, and Beatrim is slowly catching up. He's died too.
And that's Mojo down for Beatrim as well. And on to Time Soldiers for them too. There's a warp right at the beginning of Time Soldiers, and Mephistus got it. It takes you to the World War stage, rather than, I believe, the Primitive Age. And it saves quite a bit of time.
It's a very weird game when watching it or even playing it for the first time. I even thought I did the goal right, but apparently I didn't do the goal right at all.
Yeah.
Sometimes Beatrim resets the console so he gets better RNG on when he starts the run. And there's a chance that one of these soldiers coming right up on Beatrim's screen spawns an extra soldier, and that extra soldier may sometimes drop a warp panel which allows you to take out a major boss. Major bosses are ones with black backgrounds. What you see right now are minor bosses.
Yeah, Meph didn't get the warp apparently, so he'll have to fight through the entire thing. He won't be able to do the skip. Beat him in the Primitive Age as well, who's actually overtaken now.
Yeah, he's got the speed power up, which helps him quite a bit. You can tell because his movement speed's faster than the camera scrolling. TNT is partway through Bubble. Crazy Rasmus, I think, is in the very early part of Outrun as well still.
Yeah, Rasmus has been having quite a bit of trouble with Outrun. I think he's had a game over already, so.
Beatrim's on the level now where you can sometimes unintentionally by accident skip a sub-boss which triggers a major boss fight afterwards, after killing Medusa. So if Beatrim stayed on the upper half of the screen, he can skip this mini boss fight, but he will not be able to take out the major boss. So killing Medusa allows him to take out this major boss, which I think is Minotaur, tailed by horns. And by killing him, he rescues a Time Soldier. And for this goal, he needs to rescue 2 of them. If you're very lucky with the Stein RNG and the Warp Panel RNG, you can do this very quickly, but Beatrim didn't get that Warp Panel at the start of the run.
Yeah, I think the fastest I've seen is, I think TNT did it in about 2 minutes and 20 when he was trying to practice the game.
Yeah.
The goal for this can be done very quickly if things go perfectly, but the chances of that happening seem to be quite low.
Exactly. You have, I think, 2 or 3 continues, and when you explode, you lose a life, and if you explode for the 3rd time, you have to push a button to use continue. There's no on-screen indicator saying, like, can you use continue, which is weird when you watch it.
Yeah, Beatrim just taken out that boss. Mephistus is trying to take out Medusa right now.
So the second major boss Beatrim will have to eventually kill is a giant blue tank. And it's actually easy. It's easy to survive. The firing patterns are predictable. In fact, I find the major bosses for the first 2 easier than the mini bosses.
Yeah, as you might be able to see from Mephistus' screen, the upper left seems to be some sort of safe zone, where the boss projectile doesn't seem to hit you at all, so it gives you a good kind of way of getting away from anything that'd kill you. It's obviously a lot slower to do that, but safety is a bit more important than that when you're behind.
Oh yeah. I think Beatrim's on the last section. if I'm correct, if he kills this mini-boss, he might be able to take out a major boss. He's got a secondary weapon, which makes it a lot easier to kill mini-bosses. Using your regular gun takes almost forever, and it's hard to tell if not you're actually hitting the boss for these mini-boss fights.
Yep, here's the mini-boss now, the helicopter.
Down it goes. Oh, it's a war panel. Ooh. Yeah,
I don't think he wanted that. Yeah, he didn't want that.
So you may have noticed, if you look at Beach on screen right now, it looks all familiar. I want to say like each section has a giant map, and you fight mini bosses in different sections of this giant map.
Yeah, you can see Mephistus is on a different mini-boss right now. He's on some sort of three-headed dragon.
And he game over.
He game overs.
Yikes.
So he'll need to restart Time Soldiers from the very beginning.
Mephistus now on another section still. And I think Crazy Rasmus has finished Outrun, judging from the reset.
Yeah, I think he might be having issues with his next cart.
Oh yeah, Crazy Rasmus is using actual carts as well, from the look of things.
I think he's using carts for the games that he has, and EverDrive for the few that he doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got a cart of Mojo World.
Oh,
but here he is into Bubble Ball.
And TNT's got picked up a power that allowed him to skip a few stages. That is allowed for this race.
TNT taking out stage 22 with complete ease there. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Mephistus taking out the first major boss again. Okay, let's hope Beatrim is pretty lucky. Let's see. Ooh.
No, Beatrim takes another death there. You've got to be careful with how many deaths. Another warp panel.
He's not very lucky so far. This is really slow for his standards. This score can be done very quick or very slow, and this is more the latter of the two.
This could allow Mephistus to catch up, actually, with how slow this has been. Despite the game over from Mephistus' end.
Nice, no damage from Mephistus. That's always a good feeling. And there we go, we got a major boss fight for Beatrim screen. So if he kills this yellow dinosaur, who's pretty dumb, facing one direction.
And there he goes. He had the secondary weapon, made it a lot easier. So he's killed that and he can move on to the next game, which is Rastan. The games are not letting up at all here. Rastan is not easy.
This one was fun when fighting strategies for quick, easy boss kills. Because if you don't know how to do it, it can be a rough game.
Yeah, the movement in Rastan can be really weird. As you can see on Beatrim's screen, if you do a big jump, the start of the jump will be faster. And you can use that to kind of gain a bit of momentum for longer jumps. But it can prove problematic when you're in certain stages of the game, because there'll be thin platforms with pits next to them, and you can very easily just fall into them and take damage.
Picks up a fire sword, which allows him to shoot fireballs, but it's a temporary power-up, so it does go away eventually. And it actually increases his attack power as well. And Mephistus is on fight against a second major boss, so he might be able to catch up quite easily here, despite having a game over from earlier. Another fun quirk about Rastan on Beatrim screen right now is that his health does actually slowly drain away. The nature of an arcade game. This is technically an arcade game, because it was out for the arcades, then a Master System port came out.
Yep, so Beatrim on the first boss of Rastan and takes it out. You do take a few hits, but that doesn't matter. You get a full refill.
There's a couple of techniques you can use. You can use an up thrust, which is very fast. The jumping down thrust is a cool move to pull off because it deals major damage and I think can kill any regular enemy in the game with just one hit.
Yep. We just missed B-Trim picking up the axe there. While we're having issues with his stream, but this weapon is really good at taking out bosses as well. Assuming it can keep it.
Yeah, as long as it gets to the main boss fight fast enough and actually make good use of it. But there is
there's an axe in the dungeon as well.
Oh yeah. And that's not a glitch, that's just weird collision detection there on that tree trunk.
Yeah, there's quite a few quirks in this game that if you're going to be running it, you need to kind of work out while you're playing it. Like, trying to explain some of the quirks in this game is just really annoying.
And there's also RNG on drops after killing certain enemies. Sometimes you can get a blue valve, which is basically a healing potion. A red one, which actually is the opposite. You actually take damage after picking up, but it's very little. Other powers could be like a full heal or kill all enemies on the screen, or even like armor upgrades where you take less damage from projectiles or physical contact. It doesn't really make a huge difference. It does make it more marathon safe if you're lucky to pick any of them up.
Or if you're really unlucky, you get the crystals, which just give you points.
Oh yeah. Well, it's better than a red.
It's better than the red potion, yeah.
Yeah, red potion. Nice, one cycle kill thanks to that axe weapon.
Yeah, B-Trim gets the quick kill there.
I think TNT right now is on X-Men Mojo World. Crazy Rasmus is almost partway through the Bubble Bubble goal. For this goal, for Rastan, both Beecher and Mephisto's on, they have to complete the 4th level.
Yep, so they'll need to get through 4 stages, 4 dungeons, and then 4 bosses.
That's correct.
And Beetram's taking quite a bit of damage in this dungeon.
Yeah, half a bar is not too good of an idea. And like we said earlier of the marathon, you do get limited continues, but sometimes it's better to die as you start a new section than die near the end of a first section.
Yeah, whenever you die, you go back to the start of whatever section you're on. So if you die at the end of a dungeon, you go back to the start of that dungeon. But if you make it to the boss, then when you die, you'll go straight back to that boss.
TNT is on the 2nd level of Mojo World. Crazy Rasmus is getting internet issues, especially on chat reaction.
Yeah, Rasmus's internet is really not good, but he's doing what he can, and he's doing reasonably well in this race so far. I mean, he's still getting through Bubble Bubble.
He got through Outrun much more quickly than the first game, Astro Warrior, but that game in particular is like...
Astro Warrior clearly showing itself to be the great gatekeeper.
It's harder to recover in Astro Warrior than it is to recover in Outrun. Okay, so Beecham's got very low health, but fortunately he's in the next room. So a death
even if he dies now, costly. Even if he dies now, we'll be straight back onto this boss.
Mephisto's on the 3rd level. Okay, so he took
a death. Beetram nearly took the boss out there. He took a death relatively late on in the boss's health there.
Oh, what's this? That was weird. I've never seen that before. The mage just hovering there for a few seconds. I've never seen that. Every time I fought against it, it always managed to launch fireballs. That's a first.
Yeah, and Beaton getting a reasonably good kill on that boss there then.
So now that he's on the last round for this goal, there's technically 7 rounds, but we're only going up to the 4th round.
Yeah, the difficulty really spikes up after this stage, so it was only fair that we had 4 bosses for the goal rather than all 7.
Yeah, this level you need to know which type of jump you use, the light jump or the high jump.
Yeah, the higher jump gives you more momentum, which means you can very easily just jump over the thinner platforms. And basically anything that isn't a platform will damage you.
And there's a little secret which I did not know when playing this game for boss strats. You can get a fire sword in the far left.
Yeah, it does damage you getting it though, because it counts as a damaging platform. So
Yeah.
it's weighing up whether it's worth taking that risk to get the quicker stuff.
So I think that's a full screen kill thingy, but that didn't make much good use of it because basically all the major enemies are dead. Yeah, this part is very cheeky. You think you have to jump over this massive HP draining river, but there's a mobile platform that slowly moves across from point A to point B. If he jumps now,
Beaton needs to get in. Oh, full health pickup. Brilliant.
Full health pickup, that is really
That's great news for Beaton. Means he'll have much less trouble getting through this dungeon.
This dungeon is pretty short actually as well. It's not as hard as the outside part.
No, but you still need to be careful of momentum. There are some points in it, especially here, where you can very easily just jump too far.
Nice. Yeah, this is the last straight now for Beatrim. He only died once so far, Beatrim, so he's got 3 attempts yet to defeat this boss. And he didn't get the manipulated kill. Let's see. Can he recover? This is on the 4th level outside part. And there's a quirk in this game that the boss refuses to leave the screen, so you can actually manipulate it in a way, like if the boss goes to the left and you go to the right, you force the boss to go to the other direction. He almost got it. The only reason it's not working too well.
It looks like Beatrim's got the boss manipulated here.
Yeah.
He's not got much health, so if he leaves this cycle, then he's dead. And he got it, so that's Beatrim's finished with Rastan.
Yeah, getting him to the very corner is usually a lot faster than doing it in the middle, because the boss does not have much room to backtrack, so he's stuck there for eternity.
Yeah.
Mephistus now inside the dungeon. Unfortunately, he did not get the mega health refill, because again, it's an RNG.
So Beatrim taking a bit of a lead now.
So Streets of Rage.
I think you know a lot more about this game than I do, so I'll let you explain it.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is my kind of game. I played the Genesis version a lot more times than you can ever imagine, but I do know quite a bit for the 8-bit version. So yeah, guys, guess what? Streets of Rage is out on Master System, 8-bit system. Downsides, there's no 2-player. It's purely single-player throughout, and you can play as 3 characters, Blaze, Axel, and Adam. Yes, Adam's playable in this game too. There's some very silly things, like the hitbox is very flawed in some ways, like your range is much better than you can expect. Your throws, especially Axel's and Adam's throws, are actually pretty far. They can toss enemies at a far distance. There's an infinite in this game if you mash the attack button really fast. The main reason for that is that your final knockdown hit comes out so fast and short that the enemy does have brief invincibility frames after each hit, so you can like mash your final hit but not connect to your enemy, so you can restart the jab cycle again. What else? Oh yeah, in order to use backup, the police backup, you have to pause the game and push a button. But for those who do not know much about Master System, the pause button is not on your controller, it's actually on the console, nearby the power button. Fortunately for Beatron's case, he actually has a modded Master System with a controller that's modded to have an actual start button on his controller. And I played all of the Streets of Rage at ESA this year, including the Game Gear ones. And the Game Gear ones have co-op, and don't play the co-op of Streets of Rage 1 on Game Gear. That's probably the worst co-op game ever. If I get to stream it someday, you'll find out why. It's like, it makes the Master System version look good for the first game.
So Mephistus has just moved on to Streets of Rage himself?
He's also using Blaze. I preferably stick to Axel if I was playing this, but they're more used to their movement. Blaze is technically the faster character out of the three. Axel has a lot more power, and I watched some run before I went to ESA, and apparently the fastest way to kill regular enemies is to grab them and then do 2 knees, and then apparently you can kill the regular enemy almost very quickly. So right now Beaton's fighting against the boomerang guy, and if you want to have a laugh about this game, there's a very weird AI quirk. In order for the boss to change direction, the boss has to walk off screen first. That's not a joke. The boss has to walk off screen in order to change his direction.
So Beatron there taking care of that boss with no trouble whatsoever.
Second boss is really hilarious because you can manipulate the claw guy to use a slashing attack, and then it will run to the other side, and it has no interest on the player. It just wants to run to the other side just to change direction. And music choices are really weird as well, because for the second stage on Beatron's screen, it's actually the character select theme for the Genesis version. And then stage 3 is the factory theme from Streets of Rage 2.
Just to direct people to TNT here, he's really blazing through Time Soldiers right now. Oh, he takes a death on that mini boss though. But he's on the final boss of the goal already. He's done really well on Time Soldiers. He's had a really good run.
That's funny, all 3 players so far is fighting against the dinosaur for their second major boss rather than the blue tank. But
yeah, I think it's just the way that the route they're using takes it.
Fair enough. So speaking of Streets of Rage, you may notice that the game only can handle up to 2 enemies on screen at once. And that's usually one of the reasons why speedrunning this version, if you want to do the entire game, it's actually longer to complete than the 16-bit version. It does make the game easier because you only have to deal with 2 enemies rather than like 8 or so at the most for 16-bit. And as you can see right now on Crazy Rasmus's screen, he's on the last stage. He'll be playing X-Men Mojo World after Bubble Bubble. If TNT survives his game for Time Soldiers, he'll be on Rastan, and it looks like defeated so the first or second major boss, I wonder. I'm guessing that's...
I think that was the second, I can't tell. It might be the first though. I've seen the other guys get that as a second, so I'm not 100% sure.
He might be just playing just for safety, in case. He has got the second
one.
He's
got 2 warriors, you can change game now.
Yeah.
I think he was just waiting until it was confirmed he had to.
Yeah. Oh, Alan Shield on chat. It's a Master System controller he's using. Oh, Peter replied on chat. No, but I've never seen anyone who actually modded a 16-bit Genesis controller to have a functional pause button to work on a Master System game yet. Don't know if that's even possible. But right now, Beatrim's fighting against the Claw boss. Again, boss have a weird AI quirk where once they attack, especially for the Claw boss, they just run to the other side. They have no interest with the player. There you go, he runs off. Just to turn around.
For anyone who's looking, the list of games on the right hand side, that's the order they're playing them in.
And the most recent game we're on right now is Street of Rage, which both Beta and Mephisto are on.
So Rasmus has managed to finish Bubble Bobble's goal. So he's onto X-Men Mojo World himself, once he's finished loading it from his EverDrive.
The only downside to EverDrive is the loads for the flash card, but consistent at least, because you now have to pull out the card and making sure your next card is clean and load properly and whatnot.
So Rasmus has run this game before, he really shouldn't have any trouble with this. His internet, however, is having loads of problems.
Oh, Fixel Brum for you. Brum? Yeah, for you. The first game of Streets of Rage, it's very impressive when you're looking at it. Until you play the second game, it looks like a massive visual downgrade.
Yeah, the second Streets of Rage on 8-bit is really not good. Like, in terms of... I think both its gameplay and its graphics is really not good.
No,
the whole game seems a lot worse.
Yeah, Master System Street of Rage 2 is a mess, but the Game Gear Street of Rage 2 is actually legitimately good. Like, the animation for the Game Gear version of Street of Rage 2 is like miles better, to the point that the console Master System version looks like an unfinished beta product. But right now, Beaton's dealing with comfort experts. They're quite annoying in this game because, especially for the Blaze clones, which we will not see in this run because they're going up to stage 4. The Blaze clones' active hitbox when start the jump kick is so soon. Like, I want to say like their X range is like maximum once they start their attack. But like I said earlier, that if you play this game right now on the Master System, you'll probably hear the factory theme from Street of Rage 2. Yep, Street of Rage 2, not Street of Rage 1. And apparently on the title screen it was 1993, so it came out after the 16-bit version of Street of Rage 2. That says quite a lot, actually. As the closest thing in the modern generation is releasing Call of Duty Modern Warfare on a Wii by the time Modern Warfare 2 came out on other platforms.
People are mentioning in chat about Astro Warrior. It may be a Brazil special, but it is just a reskin. There's no like logic changes or anything like that that would make it worse. Other than the 5 lives thing.
Yeah, Beatron boss in the muscle guy boss in 8-bit Master System version is no pushover, because every time you jump, they do a side step up or downwards to dodge your jump kick. It's one of the few bosses in this game where their AI in general is better than the 16-bit version.
Yeah, Beatram's now through round 3 though, so he's only got one more round to go until the goal's finished. And he's got a decent amount of lives, so I don't think he'll have much trouble.
Yeah, you got, I think, 2 or 3 continues for this game, and it's not a huge, difficult goal compared to the previous games. This is more of a relaxing kind of game, which is kind of weird for me to say.
Yeah, compared to some of the other games in this race, this is basically a break.
Yeah.
Especially when you think of what game's coming up next.
Oh yeah. We'll explain more of that in a minute by the time one of the players starts the next game. Yeah, it's a little secret you can do, but don't think the players have know about this. Or to be fair, they're not don't play the game as much as me. But whenever a guy with a coat throws the player, you can hold both the jump button and the up button to land safely from a throw and take no damage. That's one thing that's been used in all of the games, even the 8-bit ports, which is pretty surprising.
And it looks like we've got Infinite Mystery back on the stream. He's currently fighting the second boss of Astro Warrior again.
Oh, it's been going this.
Oh, he dies to it again. Yeah,
this has been going on for an hour as well.
Yeah, he's really struggling with this.
Brave though for playing the same game for an hour, especially of this kind of caliber.
That's Infinite Mystery though, he doesn't give up easily.
Oh, exactly. I have heard of what he can do for the best of NES Big 20 races.
Yeah, Fiesel mentioning about the sprite. Yeah, the fact this is a Brazil special will mean the sprite work is not good.
Okay, Mephisto's cleared round 3. Beatram's probably through round 4. Again, it's pretty obvious to notice, but if you throw an enemy into a pit, that counts as an instant kill. Pits are kind of drawn odd in this one, because the very edges of the pits are not drawn in like a 45-degree angle. This is the only one where some of the edges of these pits were drawn purely vertically straight upwards. And TNT's got the manipulation. This is how the 4th boss is supposed to go. Like, you can see, because there's an actual corner on the bottom left of the screen, he cannot retreat. He has to attack, and that's how you do boss number 4, folks.
Yeah, that was well played by TNT there. He now moves on to Streets of Rage himself. He's really caught up.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think
he spent 25 minutes on Astro Warrior. He's caught up a lot. We could have a bit of a dark horse here.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. Let's see who he's going to play as. Don't pick Blaze. Don't pick Blaze. No.
Blaze definitely seems to be the go-to character for all of the runners so far.
Mobility. Curses. Oh yeah, so now they got the fat guy. People tend to nickname this guy as Big Ben. Again, he used to be one of your nightmare bosses back in your childhood when playing games for the first time, but his main weakness was, like, grab him twice, let go after 2 knees.
So Beatram is basically using death strats here to recharge his backup.
Yeah, that's an ideal strategy.
And that's round 4 done for Beatram, so he moves on.
Okay, so here comes the next game. That could be make or break, if that's the right word to describe it.
Yep, the only words I'm going to say is break over. You do not get any rest from Fantasy Zone 2 at all.
The goal was originally completing 4 out of 8 stages, but partway through the 2 weeks or first week,
about a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Partway through the practice period, it was determined the goal was too hard, and it was reduced. It's still not an easy goal.
No. Especially for a person doing this blind. I wonder how hard Infinite Mystery is going to go through when he gets to play that game. But 2 only came out for Master System. There's like technically 4 versions of 2. There's 3 of them are 8-bit versions, and one of them is the well-known 16-bit What If remake that came out 2008 for PlayStation 2 and on Nintendo 3DS. If you're lucky to get one from the eShop or the Sega 3D archives. P.S. It's fantastic. But 2 in the 8-bit form is pretty special because the shop is permanently there. You don't have to kill certain bases and then wait for a shop balloon for the player to enter and buy new upgrades. Another big difference as well is that there's more than one screen of bases you need to destroy. For example, the first level you need to go at least 3 different screens and destroy, I want to guess, 12 bases, I want to say. And after you destroy all 12 bases, you can enter the boss panel. But that's the main criticism as well. It's very hard to navigate where to go. And
the warp panels, they just say warp, they don't tell you where you're going, so it can be very easy to get lost.
Oh yeah.
But Beatram taking out the first boss with the laser there. So he's straight on to round 2.
Yeah, laser is an ideal weapon for this one. You don't have to. It's the only auto-firing like weapon as well. There is a hidden shop partway through the game where you can actually buy a power-up called Auto Fire, which costs quite a lot of money. Round 2, 3 and 4 have hidden upgrades. One of them is the health potion in round 2, which extends your life. There's a HP system in this game. Right now, your initial HP count allows you to survive 1 projectile hit, but you cannot survive any physical contact, because that deals 2 HP of damage. As you can see on Beachen's screen right now, he picked up the red potion.
Yeah, that doesn't fill his health though, that just extends the maximum, so he takes a death from 1 hit of physical contact there.
Yep.
So his health is now refilled.
Oh yeah. But that does mean though he has to go to a shop and buy better movement upgrades.
Yeah. As I said in the first game, if you die you lose all of your upgrades, apart from obviously the health extension.
Correct. He's got the twin bombs again. Sadly, there's no Easter egg where if you buy all the engine-related upgrades, your secondary weapons that are time-based weapons do not go infinite. So you have to use your regular shot a lot more often, or the special Big Shot, which is found in one of the hidden stores in the later levels. Big Shot is pretty unique because not only upgrades your power for that weapon, it actually does not have a time limit. So Beatram's gone for the freeway shot. Speaking of warps and hard to navigate, for those in America who bought that Sega 3D archive, there's a hidden game where you can play this in 8-bit form, and they actually updated some features where there's a mini-map on the lower half of the gameplay, and it tells you which warp takes you to what section, so it's a lot easier to navigate. It's all in 8-bit glory, as you can see right now. So it's an ideal version if you ever want to practice, but it's 3DS, so good luck trying to capture actual gameplay of it. Minus capture devices and whatnot, but anyway. Right now Beachen's on the 3rd level, so originally it was a 4-stage goal, but it's dropped down to 3. So this is his final level for the marathon.
Well, for this game.
Hmm.
And we appear to have actually entirely missed Rasmus getting through Mojo World and Time Soldiers. He's currently on Rastan.
He's on level 3, I think. Yep. Mephistus defeated the first boss. I think just using regular shot and single bomb.
Yeah, he took a death on the first boss.
Ah, yikes.
He went into it with standard shot, so he couldn't just laser it down.
Ah, okay. I think now Beatrice find the hidden store. Yep. If you look at the very lower part of the screen, there's a big gap. That's your visual clue to find a hidden store. And there it is. Here you can buy a red potion, red bottle for more health extension, a continue, big shot, which is a permanent power up for your primary weapon. So now he's got.
He forgoes the health refill. He's just going on the extension.
Oh. Still,
But he did get the big shot.
Oh yeah. This is where time does save quite a bit, and it's more consistent since it's not a time limit based weapon. Rasmus is taking quite a lot of hits on his screen. TNT's partway through level 2. Oh, now he could die here because HP does slowly drain, so as long as he knows about that and doesn't blame the game for being glitchy, which it isn't. I've never died to HP drain yet myself, so... Oh, come on, if he enters the dungeon and the boss entrance, he'll be fine.
To get through this. One enemy to get through.
Spike trap.
Hazard,
oh,
and he dies to the hazard. No, you have to restart the dungeon. Beat him on the final boss of the Fantasy Zone 2 goal.
Yeah, now he's done it. Now he's on...
He does it. That's a very smooth run of Fantasy Zone 2 for Beatram. He's on to Great Golf.
TNT using the police backup. There's a funny quirk with HP draining thingy where it updates. It only updates once the enemy actually recovers after taking hits done. So there's times thinking he dealt so much damage, or times you thinking he dealt 0 damage during your attacks, but just it only updates once the enemy has recovered from hits done. Crazy Rasmus is now doing the YOLO. Oh!
And Rasmus dies.
That's the second death, I think?
That is the second death he's taken, yeah. And limited continues in Rastan, so you need to be very careful.
So Great Golf is an interesting choice for this marathon, I think.
Yep, so Beedram has decided that it's time for a bit of Clarence Carter.
I can see on chat right now, Beezle saying, what is this music? Yeah, for those curious though, hole-in-one is technically possible, but Beecham has noticed that when he did the two of the exact same thing, like stroke power, golf club type, wind direction, wind power, etc., it's RNG apparently.
Yeah, there is a bit of RNG in like how powerful a shot will be and how what direction it goes in.
Yeah.
So the goal for this game is basically just to play 9 holes. You don't need to worry about how many shots it takes, it's all about time.
Yeah, you can get bogey, you know, like get way over par and still complete this goal. So it's, again,
there
it's
will
kind of
be
relaxing.
a few times. Yeah, it's quite relaxing, but there will be a few times where they might go into like a water hazard. Like they may overshoot on things on purpose just to get the most distance they can. And that's fine. It is just about time.
Yeah, Mephistus on the 3rd level, but he has not picked up the secret red potion from the previous level. I'm not sure he even knows about that.
He might not. He was really limited in the practice he had, so
yeah,
there'll be quite a few things he won't realise. He also can't take any hits from projectiles either, he's only on 1 HP.
Yeah.
And
Crazy
Rasmus entirely game over on Rastan there, so he needs to restart from level 1.
So right now, Crazy Rasmus on the bottom left is on game number 6, TNT's on game number 7, and both Mephistus and Beatrim are on game number 9 out of 15.
And I'm still seeing Mephistus on game number 8 here. He's not finished Fantasy Zone yet.
Oh yeah, my bad. Keep on thinking Mephistus on Great Goal for some reason, and most of the time they're both on the same game around the same time, but I'm wrong. Yeah, Mephistus on number 8. I apologise for that. He's using laser to quick kills on these bases.
Yeah, it's a good strategy to use, although it does limit the amount of money you've got for other things. I don't think he's going for the secret store though, so that won't matter.
He's still... Oh, this is his... No, it's not his last life. I looked on the bottom left first, but his life counters on the top left. He's still got 2 spare lives. Ah, there's one... Couple of bases. Yeah.
He should now
go.
Yep, into the last boss of this goal.
TNT is using the cheesy police backup strat. It's so weird how good the wrestler is in this game.
Yeah, it does save time though, that's the thing. It is faster.
Makes me want to
if
play...
you can die quickly.
Yeah. Makes me want to play hard is faster as well, because you take a lot more damage to the point that when you fight against the final boss, Mr. X, he can just kill you in just 1 hit. Nice! Mephistus has done it.
Out. So he goes on to Great Golf as well.
That's pretty impressive for not knowing the secrets actually as well. So give a round of applause for that.
That's a really good run of Fantasy Zone there for not being able to pick up any health extensions.
Beatron's on hole number 4 out of 9. TNT's on the 4th level. Crazy Rasmus has lost his life, and I think that's the first or second. That's the 2nd level, yeah. 2nd level dungeon segment.
Yeah, he took out the first boss really easily, so definitely 2nd level.
So as there's golf going on the top part of the screen, I might as well give you some more interesting facts. Streets of Rage in particular, when you get to the end, there's no actual staff credits. It's just a series of ending images, which is very unusual for a game of that kind to not mention staff credits. So I have no idea who did the 8-bit port, sadly. It always makes you curious though, because Master System was not popular at all in Japan and in America, and it had huge success in both Europe and especially in Brazil. And coming on Tuesday, the 25th of October, is the 25th anniversary of Sonic 1 on the Master System, which is also known as the last game to be released in America. So some of the games you see on the list are technically either European or Brazilian exclusives, not America.
Yeah, anything released after Sonic 1 is either Europe or Brazil only. Because they just stopped releasing games in North America, and they'd already stopped releasing games in Japan after Mega Drive came out.
So I'm curious, like, having Japanese developers developing games that never came out in their country in the first place. because there's games like Sonic 2 on the list. That's surely Japanese developed. Streets of Rage 1. I want to say Land of Illusion, but I'm not too sure when that came out.
Land of Illusion was post that, I believe. In fact, we'll be seeing Land of Illusion next, and this is a game that several of the runners today have got prior experience in, even before the game list was announced. So we should see some really good stats. Although most of the really, really cool stuff is after the goal finishes.
Oh, Great Erasmus died, and he was very close to defeating as well.
Yeah, Rasmus having quite a bit of trouble with Rastan, it seems.
Oh, he's so... Yeah, that's 3 out of the 4 levels done for him.
Yeah, I think he's on his last continue though, so
yeah,
we'll need to be really careful here.
Okay, so right now, Beatron's on hole number 6, Baphista's on hole number 2.
Beatron having some trouble with his hole though, taking quite some time.
Yeah, the strikes part, not the pine part, it's always the weirdest part when trying to get a good run. It's not always easy to judge the distance, and 9 out of 10 times it doesn't go to your favour when actually executing the shots.
Yep, and Beatron gets the 6th hole completed, so he's on to hole 7 now.
TNT's now fighting against the last boss for this goal. Again, he's using the cheesy backup strats.
So Rasmus is on to the dungeon section of the 4th level now.
Oh, nice. TNT's now changing game to Fantasy Zone 2. Tears
Let's
of
see how he goes
Opa.
with this. Tears of Opa indeed.
Oh, on Beatron's screen right now, that's a very weird level when you want to change the direction of your ball. When I was playing it for my first time, I'm not sure you watched me back then, but I kept on getting out of bounds shots, even though I was trying to curve my ball more to the right instead of just going straight up.
Yeah, the direction facing in this game is kind of strange, especially on this hole. I think it tries to face you directly to where the hole is.
Yes.
So even if you go a bit to the right, it still won't be enough. So you need to really take it plenty to the right.
And Rasmus probably... No, he's got to
continue.
He's
got one more continue, so he gets to have another go at the boss. And he doesn't get the manipulation. Did a fair bit of damage to the boss there, though.
He's trading HP with down thrusts. Bit of risky idea.
It is risky, and it's really not going well for him. But it's.
Please don't game over, Rasmus. Yeah, he's
got it. He's got it. So he gets to move on now, onto Streets of Rage.
TNT's stream is either frozen or he cannot find his Fantasy Zone 2 card. I hope he's alright.
Yeah, TNT stream's been frozen for a bit now. I don't know what's going on with him.
Okay, so Beatron's on the last hole. Got over the trees from the look of things. Yep, he's nearly there now.
And TNT's stream appears to have started moving again. He's on to Fantasy Zone 2.
Hooray!
And Beatram finishes a great golf goal.
So now we got a more interesting game to talk about. I don't know this game too much. I played it once during my tests when trying out the Master 15, but the Mickey trilogy-ish.
It's part of the Illusion series. There were 3 of them on 8-bit. There was Castle of Illusion, Land of Illusion, and later on there was Legend of Illusion. So this is kind of the middle game in the 8-bit series.
Yeah.
And the idea is that there's some, I think it's a phantom that's done something or another, and Mickey needs to go sort everything out like he normally does. And yep, this is a Disney game, so it's tries rather than lives. But straight away, Beatram showing off the first major skip in the game. There's an invisible wall there. Well, not an invisible wall, quite the opposite. There's a section of the tree there that you can just go straight through and into the next section. It saves quite a bit of time on that first level. The interesting thing about this game is that the map isn't exactly linear. You'll be going back to some areas more than once.
Yeah.
Including this level here, the lake. You'll be coming back here later in the goal.
The game length in general is a little bit longer than the first one. Like, the first one done quickly is like under 15 minutes or so. This one's a little bit longer, from what I remember as well.
Yeah, this is, I think, something over 20 minutes.
Yeah. Mephistus is on hole number 6.
Yeah, Land of Illusion is about 25 minutes for any percent, so I think it's the longest game in the series of 3.
I watched the third one at ESA, and I think, did that one have a map at all, or was it like very linear-ish? Like once you complete a level, you jump to the next level almost immediately.
It has a map of sorts, but I think it's linear in that it shows you the map, and then you're on the next level.
Oh, okay.
Whereas this, you've kind of got different paths that you need to go through to get various items to unlock various areas.
Yeah, there's a power you pick up partway through the run, most notably, that allows Mickey to become really small and go through one gap obstacles, crawl spaces.
Yep, and we'll see quite a bit of that being used. Hopefully. There's a few times where the game wants you to use it, but you kind of take advantage of various mechanics in the game to not have to do so. The other kind of main difference between this and the other games in the series is that you start off with only 2 health. The other games you start off with at least 3, but you get health increases much more readily in this game. I think there's quite a few of them you can pick up through the level and through the process of playing the game, up to a maximum of 5 health.
Oh yeah.
And then when you finish the game, it actually tells you how many you've picked up through the game, because there's way more than you need to max out your health. So Beatram's on to the first boss here.
Yep. I don't know my Disney lore for these names. I'm probably going to get booed at for calling Puff the Magic Dragon, but...
I think this guy is just a dragon who's kind of captured the blacksmith.
Okay.
So he's now beaten the blacksmith. Sorry, beaten the blacksmith. He's now rescued the blacksmith from the dragon. and he needs to go back to the lake now to open up another path.
Yeah, this one almost got me confused when I entered this door carrying my top on Beatrice's screen, thinking, is that it? And it didn't tell me exactly where to go next, because it doesn't let Mickey automatically move to the new spot.
Yeah, you need to have done the Blacksmith's Castle before this, really, especially in the speedrun. But he'll now be able to go to the castle ruins.
TNT knows the health potion, because I can tell from his screen that he took a hit but still alive. And he's on the 3rd level. Crazy Rasmus is on the 2nd level. He picked up the pipe. Not the best weapon in Streets of Rage speedrun in general, unless you played the first game on their Game Gear. Warning, I advise you to not play that one at all.
So another thing that you're probably seeing from Beatram is that there's quite a few damage boosts that you can use in this game, just to mean that you don't have to wait for cycles and stuff like that. But we're into a little bit of an auto-scroller here. There's a key on the far right-hand side of this level, this part of the level, and he needs that to open up the next area, so he needs to wait for it to go all the way to the right, and he'll use the key on these buttons to make it go back to the left.
And there's a little trick you can do as well with the switches, and when it nearly goes off screen, from what I can tell.
Yeah, if you can get it to nearly go off screen but not quite, I think he's trying it. If you can do that, then the actual the screen scroll won't start moving back to the right, as you can see.
Yes.
It is fairly risky. There's a chance that he could despawn the key here if he doesn't do it right. And if he despawns the key, then he needs to push the button and go back.
That was a fortunate recovery for Beatram. He did mess up at one point, but now he's nice. He's got it.
Yep, he got that.
And once the door's unlocked and hit the checkpoint marker, the game thinks, okay, player's done that. The screen scrolling now goes back to the left instead of right.
And he's on to the second boss, which is a ghost, kind of. It's a guy pretending to be a ghost, clearly.
Oh, indeed. And TNT lost a life, but because he has all the health potions up to stage 3, he should not have a major problem with the next boss, because he can actually take at least 2 physical contact hits or 5 projectile hits. Remember that, guys, 5. And the first game, you only can take you couldn't take any hits at all for the first game.
Yep, Beatram now has the potion that we were talking about that allows you to shrink in size. Then he'll shrink in size now to get through these smaller sections. Now, if you take a hit, you'll go back to full size, which is actually exploited a few times, so you might want to see that.
This one had a pretty cool visual effect when I played this level as well. Yet you go into the background part of it.
Yeah, there's basically 2 layers to this level and some of the others, where you go indoors and it'll move you from the front section of the level to the back section.
Got a safety 1-up, but this is this little secret route.
Yeah, that's you both get a health increase and a key straight down there, so that's a nice way of both being a bit safe and saving some time.
So Rasmus is partway through stage 3. TNT right now, I'm thinking he's trying to look for the boss war panel from the look of things. Yep.
Yep, there it
He's
is.
almost finished Fantasy Zone 2 if he defeats this one.
He should do, he's got the laser.
Yeah. And he can survive a couple of hits thanks to health potions. Oh, look at that damage.
Yeah, the laser really ruins bosses. And there he goes.
Again, I guess he's just playing a little bit more just for safety, then he's going to switch games to Great Golf. Speaking of Great Golf, Mephistus now nearly finished his 9th and final hole for this goal. I want to say Beatrice like in the second half for this goal right now. He's not too far. He doesn't have much left to do.
No, he's got a couple of levels after this. He needs to defeat the card boss for the rope, which is at the end of this level. Then he needs to just make his way to the rock boss, which is the final boss of the skull.
And after that illusion, the next set of games are pretty lengthy goals. I want to say Wonder Boy 3 and Asterix are kind of lengthy goals. Especially Wonder Boy 3 if you took an unfortunate death.
Yeah, these 4 games are like by some distance the longest in the race when you consider kind of speedrun length.
Yeah. I think like the Shinobi world is pretty fast paced as well. There's only 12 levels altogether, and some of them are very quick to complete.
Yeah, the Alex Kidd and Shinobi World is about 7 and a bit minutes, like 7.5 or so, for a good run. So
yes,
and several of these runners have got quite some experience in that game, so they shouldn't take much longer than that. I believe Retro Omega is still struggling on Astro Warrior. He's really not doing. He's really getting hit by the gatekeeper.
and Infinite Mystery is actually on this second game.
Yeah, Infinite Mystery made it through Astro Warrior, so he's now getting his way through Outrun.
So 5 out of 6 players right now have completed the first game at least.
Yep.
He took an unfortunate crash, but then again, I think Infinite Mystery is well known for doing all of the entire games blind during these sort of mini marathons. So,
yeah, he's definitely doing this pretty much completely blind. So it wouldn't surprise me if he took a few attempts to get through this.
oh yes, absolutely.
And yeah, as Deep Freeze is saying, for Alex Kidd and Shinobi World, like sub 10 would be a good time to get. Like we should be seeing that. And there's one boss in that game that really doesn't make things very nice for you, so that's why they're not going to be getting like world record times. But
yeah.
But we'll explain that when we get there. Got a few games to go until we get to Shinobi World.
Featuring gets the safety checkpoint and a cake for.
And the cake, yep. I mean, getting the cake is just sensible at this point. He probably won't need it, but the moment he doesn't get it is the moment he dies. So, definitely worth picking it up. Infinite Mystery was on Astro Warrior. We've swapped out who's been shown on stream. We were showing TNT a minute ago, so don't worry about people being out of order. They've all been in order so far. So beats the rock boss.
apparently someone on Twitch chat calls him Geodude. Okay, so right now Cycle 2, and this one is completing Aqua Lake Zone boss, which is basically the 9th level.
Yeah, it's the 3rd zone. The first 2 zones shouldn't prove any real trouble. The 3rd zone could... There's a potential roadblock on the 3rd zone, but I know that Beaton knows the shortcut to get through that, which we'll explain what that is when he gets there.
This is the first true appearance of Tails.
Yep, this game was released before the Genesis version of Sonic 2, so this is the canonically first actual appearance of Tails in a game. And Beaton making short work of that first act. As Mephistus works his way through the castle ruins in Land of Illusion.
Twitch chat made a good point actually. The early Sonic games in particular are very notorious for having very long time bonuses.
Yeah, and this is actually probably the worst one for that. If you complete a level, I believe it's within 15 or 20 seconds, your time bonus will be something like 300,000 points.
Yeah, that's a nasty one. That takes forever.
You can speed up the the points counting down in this one, but it's still a really, really long point count, and it definitely explains why the community generally uses in-game time.
I was talking to Beatram a few days ago because I recently got this on Natural Cards, and I was trying out the level select code, and I hadn't had any luck. And Beatram told me once that he had problems trying it out on the Genesis 2 by using a power-based converter, basically play Master System games on your Genesis. But then when he played the actual Master System itself, he had no problems at all.
Yeah, I've had the same thing. Like, exactly the same issue. Seems to be a recurring thing that the level select in Sonic 2 just does not work on Model 2 Genesis. I don't know if it works on a Model 1, I've not tested that, but it definitely doesn't seem to work on a Model 2.
There you go, folks. That's the weirdest thing you can ever have on a Genesis Model 2.
Yeah, not that anybody here should be using level select, we're not allowing that.
Oh no, of course.
Oh, Mephistus nearly making a mess of the auto-scroller there. And yeah, the first boss of Sonic 2 is a really weird one, because Robotnik rescues you before trying to kill you. Must be a pride thing.
Yeah, he wants to do it the honourable way rather than the easy way.
Yeah, he wants to do it himself. But Beatram is now into the 2nd zone of the skull, Sky High Zone. The main gimmick of this is the hang gliders, which Beatram has avoided entirely. Oh, is he going to make? Yeah, he makes it back in time before the invincibility runs out. Yeah, as you just saw, this version of the game doesn't have normal kind of death pit mechanics. Instead, it just treats it as a normal hit.
Huh.
So if you have invincibility and you go to the bottom of the screen, you won't die. And obviously it's still not recommended that you do that. There is actually a soft lock you can do if you go all the way to the right while you've got the invincibility like that.
Yep, that happened to me.
Yeah, but it doesn't soft lock so much as it basically you can't progress until you're dead.
Yeah.
And I think it'll kill you when the invincibility runs out, so it shouldn't be an actual soft lock. And Beatram has fallen into that pit there. You're meant to hang glide through that, but He hit the spikes and fell off the hang glider.
Mephisto's taking the secret route through the mini power-up tutorial level, as I call it.
And yeah, like Bonzo Guy's saying, there was obviously a Game Gear version of this as well, which is basically the same game but with a smaller viewport, and it makes the bosses and the general level design much more difficult to work through.
Yeah. Did a lot of research recently with the first Game Gear Master System. There's a lot of differences in level design, especially mainly resolution reasons, and the Game Gear one actually has the 300,000 point bonus for completing under 20 seconds.
Yeah.
The Master System's only 30,000 at the most.
So Beatrim's onto the second boss here. He had some. Ooh, yeah, he takes a death. I was just saying he had some trouble with this boss in practice, and it's proving problematic for him still. 8-bit, like the first two 8-bit Sonic games at least, you didn't get rings going into any bosses. So one hit, you're dead. That's it.
They did not mess around when making these games.
They really didn't. Once he's got through the first couple of sections of this boss, because it's kind of a 3-phase fight, he should be okay now. Because all he needs to worry about now is the head and the projectiles. And he takes it out.
Nice. Crazy Master is on the 3rd level. Fist is on the way through the Land of Illusion goal.
Yeah, he's on his way to fight the card boss at the moment with Vistus. And obviously, Beatrim is currently on the 3rd zone of the goal, which is Aqua Lake, picking up a safety life.
Yeah, there's 3 safety lives in like under 20 seconds you can pick up. There's one above the loop-the-loop, one near the end behind the foreground.
He's just picked that one up.
And
So
one
he's picked up 2 of them.
Far left usually as well, but...
Yeah, he's picked up 2 of them. He shouldn't need to pick up any more than that, really. I mean, he knows the shortcut to get past what I feel is the most annoying part of the next level, so he shouldn't have too much difficulty here.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And Infinite Mystery Gaming over there at the end of the 2nd section of Outrun. So you'll have to go again.
Ooh, now Beatrim's go. No, he's not going backtrack. Normally, this part of the level, if you go to the far left, you can get an invincibility power-up. And skip having to use a bubble and avoid risk losing life for taking too much damage from the rings, etc.
Really, though, he's confident enough to not need it. So Beatrim coming to the end of this. I've just had a look at TNT. He's just finished Great Golf, so he's working his way through Land of Illusion now.
Nice. Let's see, can Beatrim pull off this little trick?
Escape. Yep,
nice.
He gets it.
Thank you.
It's not a difficult one. If you miss it, you just have to go through the that little section of tubes. You can come back through it to be able to do the skip again.
Yeah.
And even that saves time realistically, over going through the long route.
Oh, did Crazy Rasmus finish the third goal? I think he has, judging from the background. No, yes, he has. Yes, nice.
So he moves on.
Great
he
goal.
gets to play some golf. As Mephistus is fighting Geodude. The rock boss actually has a kind of limited period where you can hit him, which is why most of the time he doesn't have his face. Mephistus just beat him, so he gets to move on to Sonic 2 himself. As Beatrum's fighting the final boss of this goal. It's actually a really, really simple boss. You just wait for the ball he creates to get to maximum size and just jump on him like that. And that's the boss down. So Beatrum gets to move on to Wonder Boy 3.
So, for those unfamiliar with the game, Wonder Boy 3 is kind of like, in terms of Metacritic score, it's like as high as Super Mario Bros. 3. It's a very good game. Not an easy game to play blind, especially doing the run quickly, and there's some very unusual mechanics that I'll go through partway through, but if you're very familiar with Symphony of the Night, where the game starts off with a prequel's final part where you defeat Dracula, Wonder Boy 3 does a similar thing. It actually starts off with the final segment of Wonder Boy in Monster Land, where you go through a castle labyrinth and defeat the robot dragon. And if you're familiar with the recent gaming media, there's a remake coming out sometime next year on modern platforms, including Steam, and modern consoles, including Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Wii U.
Yep, just to keep people kind of informed as to how people are doing. Beatrum is in the lead. We've got Mephistus in second. TNT is currently in third. Crazy Rasmus is fourth. Infinite Mystery is in fifth, and I believe that Petro Omega is the only guy still on Astro Warrior.
So right now, Beatrum's defeated the robot dragon. He's going to pick up some coins. The coins are RNG based on how much gold you get per coin. And because he's playing on an actual cartridge and not virtual console, there's some seizures after being cursed into a lizard. So this is the part where the twist comes into play. You think it's all happily ever after? Nope, he gets cursed into a lizard, and for this bit only, his stats are equivalent to max gear in terms like legendary sword, legendary armor and shield. So it's like it would take forever to die if some player ever did that. By the time you actually start the actual game, after escaping the castle, for some odd reason your equipment goes back down to basic levels. Fortunately for Beatrum's case, he picked up quite a good amount of gold before getting cursed, so he doesn't have to worry too much on enemy drops later on in the run.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of the collision mechanics there to get to the top of the screen as quickly as possible. If you just kind of hold right when things hit you, you'll end up above them. And then when your collision comes back on, you'll just be stood on top of it, which saves quite a bit of time compared to waiting for the entire sequence. And
this game also requires pushing the pause button for the item menu, but the developers are really smart and also have provide an alternate method. If you have a second controller and plug that into controller 2, you can use the D-pad button, I think, to actually activate the menu.
Yep.
And Beatrum picks up a hard container. Another funny quirk for this game is that hard containers can only be picked up in a certain order. So there's another one you can get in the pyramid, for example, but he has picked up the one nearby town in order to pick up the one inside the pyramid, nearby the pyramids. And when I played through this game blind back in 2003 with loads of save states, I think I only had one hard container throughout. because I did not know about the mechanic about picking up in a certain order. So right now he goes into the beach. I call it like a beachy sort of section of the game. It's a very common trend for Wonder Boy to do that. Even the later sequels, it has this sort of theme in the early part of the game. And what the player has to do now is get to the very other side of this map just to get a key. And that allows the player to go back to town and unlock a door that allows the player to go to the desert section to the far left.
Yeah, and Beatram falls in, which does lose a fair bit of time because he needs to get back up.
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. It's the very annoying part when going for a world record pace, because going to water already is pretty much GG, but it's like the controls, the enemies you got to try to avoid, and above the water especially, it's not easy. And what was I going to say? Oh yeah, like most retro games, this game has a trend of color, which also represents the difficulty level. So red mainly represents the easiest of that enemy type, green is the middle, and blue is usually the hardest. And green and blue variants tend to have one extra quirk that made the red ones a lot more easier to defeat. Oh,
Beatram takes a hit that triggers a medicine, so he doesn't have a medicine now, which is going to mean he's going to have to play a lot more safely.
Yeah, it's risky in a marathon run case. I'm not too sure whether or not a death warp here in a world record run is worth it. It's like it saves time for early part, but it makes the rest of the run more risky because you can't afford to take more hits. So now Beatram's got the key. You could death warp, but you actually lose all your secondary weapons like boomerangs, fireballs, tornadoes, and lightning bolts and arrows. Yep. It looks like he's going for a death warp approach, which is fair enough because he didn't get many secondary weapons. He could get another potion through this roulette wheel-ish chance. Yeah, there's a little mini roulette-like mechanic after game over.
If it lands on a coloured heart, you get another medicine. It didn't, so he didn't.
So right now, Beatrams go to this door right here, and you see there's a question mark. The Master System console version has a weird mechanic called Charm Points, which is CP on the main menu, and basically it means that Lizardman is hideous. So there's two ways to increase Charm Points. One of them is the uncommon Charm Stone drop, which is just a red stone. That increases your points by 1, or 2, pick up better armor. As better armor gives you more charm points, and the higher charm points allows the retailer to sell you better stuff. So in this case, Beatram had to pick up better armor to increase his charm points, and the retailer allowed basically you can buy the sword afterwards. If you play the Game Gear version, they ditched the Charm Stone mechanic and replaced it with Warp Stones. Beatram's not picking up the boomerang. That's a very good secondary weapon because you can technically use it unlimited amount of times as long as you pick up the boomerang as it returns back to the player.
Yeah, from what I've seen of Beatram in practice, he doesn't seem to use the secondaries all that much. He seems to rely on the primary breath attack a lot more when he's a lizard man.
And he's got a very lucky potion drop after killing one of the sunflowers.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of safety buffer there. Yeah.
Apparently, there's a recent tool system run like earlier this year that involved the runner heavily item manipulating 99 Charmstone drops. And apparently the runner said that it's actually feasible in a real-time run to get this kind of item luck, but actual runners are not to that point where we're like Zelda 1, where we actually use item manipulation to our advantage, like killing 10 enemies to get a bomb, for example. We're not in that kind of caliber of execution yet for route planning. Most of the time when you run this game, you mainly want to get good gold drops less frequently. Like, you get money bags, which is at least 20 gold. So the more of those, the better. And secondary weapons are kind of useful. Like the arrows, for example, allows you to kill the first main boss, the mummy dragon. You'll see on Beatrice's screen soon. And the other secondary weapons are not like top tier mandatory important. It helps you out, definitely, against regular enemies, especially the boomerang. And Mephistus has lost a life in Aqua Lake Zone Part 2.
Yeah, he was having some trouble. He fell down one of the fake floors, which meant he basically ended up in a place he couldn't get to a bubble in time. And yeah, as Sinner Helen chat is saying, Beatum hasn't gone for the third heart, which is a fairly risky strategy. Do you think that maybe having the extra medicine might have convinced him?
Yeah, it probably did in a way, because there's a guaranteed hit you're going to survive from, at least, in a way.
Yeah, but it's basically another life, so...
Yeah, that's a good way to explain it. This Wisp here, the red enemy, always drops a heart. There's some enemies in certain locations in the game where that gives you a guaranteed drop. Where there's no RNG manipulation at all, it's just majority of the time guaranteed. Yeah, the
He's at really low health right now.
I don't like
he gets a heart there.
Ooh. Is he going for a jump? Yeah, he's going for a jump and get some extra cash and medicine, I think, from here. So yeah, there's secret rooms in this game. You get a good amount of cash, heart refill, and extra medicine.
Yep. So Beatum's actually in a reasonably good place right now when it comes to his health. Even though he didn't pick up the third heart, he's still got 2 medicines.
Okay, so Mummy Dragon is a very straightforward boss. Secondary item like arrows is pretty useful, but once you start a boss fight, you cannot go to your item menu and change anything. So,
yeah, you need to have selected your secondary before you go in.
Yep. And it looked like Beecham was crouching and realised, whoops, I forgot to change to arrows at one point. Unless he's intentionally just dodging the actual attacks.
I think he's just intentionally dodging. In practice, this is the strat he used, so yeah. I don't think that's changed.
RNG does come into play on the actual damage. The damage in this game is not always fixed. It tends to range from 2 to 8 for this boss fight. So there's a 4, a 4, and a 4. Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's about average, I'd say.
4, a 4 again, yep. And he's going to get cursed as soon as possible. One big advantage though for having less hearts is that when you go to the store to buy more medicine, the price actually becomes cheaper if you have less hearts overall. So if you have all 8 hearts, the price for a potion is actually pretty expensive.
Yeah. And during a speedrun, obviously, your gold amounts it's not going to be a massive amount that you're going to have laying around, because obviously you'll be wanting to pick up various items from shops anyway. Yes.
The full game run, at one point near the end, tends to buy Hades armor, because it allows the player to revive, but there's a bug that after the first use of Hades armor, it's supposed to go away after reviving once, but it stays there until you go to the armor select screen. So you can revive as many times as you want. Which does make it a marathon safe game for a game this kind of difficult. And Mephistus right now is playing Wonder Boy, but he's playing the Brazil special reskin.
Yeah, but he's... I think the Brazilian version is based on some sort of like folk story in Brazil, which doesn't really make much sense for Wonder Boy, but. Or as Deep Freeze says, Wonder Boy 3 edition.
Oh, so Mephisto's almost lost his heart and he always loses a potion, but he hasn't, so that's lucky. He's going to take another secret room to get more money, and I think another heart at the moment. It's coming right up. Hearts, yep, that's it.
Yeah, just that's 3 small hearts there.
Oh, Mephistus doesn't have seizures on his when you get cursed. So yeah, it's pretty weird in context now when you see they're not cursed at all, it's just a different human rather than just a completely different
it's
form.
A guy with a gun in this case. Fire-breathing gun.
So if you see on Beatron's screen right now, he had to buy armor upgrade to increase his charm points, and that allowed him to buy the Shogun Blade and a Shogun Shield. Again, Blade increase your attack power, Shield increase your defense power, which means you take less damage. I did see a bit of it, Great Nico. I just forgot what it was called. I do check out Hardcore Game 101 time to time. Don't you worry. This part of the game right now, Beatron's on, I tend to just improvise with what I got. I usually tend to pick up quite a lot of gold here for later on in the run, but because there's no more shopping, unless you're really unfortunate and died and have to buy more potions again. But yeah,
yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about gold at this point.
TNT
anybody... Yep, sorry.
I was saying TNT was on Sonic 2. With Survey, I'll say the same thing.
Yeah, and also the Mephistus showing the Portuguese version in terms of language of this game, the Brazil special. You can, if anyone can read Portuguese, then feel free to enlighten us as to what that story actually meant. I don't think either of us do.
Okay, so Beatron's now in the I think he's near. This is like near the end of the forest. Because there's a there you go. There's that red wisp that always drops a key. They placed that key in an awful place in the Game Gear version. It was actually up on the far left wall, going up to the very top, which actually affects the route if you did a full game run and took advantage of the flying trick as Piranha Man, because when you change to Piranha Man and go into the forest, you cannot get that key in that forest now since it's too high up. But in this version, you can get that key. It's the wisps, it's just down low, just much lower. Nobody important number 5, he's on Wonder Boy 3. Game number... I want to say number 11. No, game number 12.
Game number 12.
Game number 12.
I think that's how long the title is for Alex Kidd. It's easy to mistake it.
I was counting backwards, and yeah, the Alex Kidd caught me for taking up 2 lines. Oh, okay, so Beatron's got low hearts at the moment.
He does have 3 medicines though, so he should be okay. Mephistus
now is going to get his key.
And Beatron did get a bit of a health pickup there from one of the enemies, so he's not doing quite as badly.
That's good. The green Cyclops ghost part is the worst part. When you go around the right half of the map. It's a very interesting level as well, because all the other maps are kind of, except for the last dungeon, all kind of straightforward. Go left, go right. But this one's like, You take the left half, then you go down the middle with a track that's purely fan service for those who play previous games, and then go through the right half, which can tend to be a bit harder than the left half, but there's a big Master System fan called, I want to look up his name quickly, SMS Power, what was his name? Bok. According to SMS Power forums, he's responsible, I know, for remaking, which is still in development, the Wonder Boy game, and there's some interesting blog posts on how much research he had to do with game mechanics, secrets, RNG jobs as well.
Yeah, I think they had to entirely reverse engineer the game to make it as accurate as they possibly could.
Yeah, this is like almost nearly the equivalent of Taxman doing a modern 2D Sonics, like Sonic Mania, for example. It's like, we got a guy in good hands on the remake. Oh, Crazy Rasmus messes up the key trick. Okay, he's back in control now. So this is the most annoying part as Mouseman here, because the green ghost deals with quite a lot of damage on contact. And the funny thing is that Bok, the developer for this remake, like, tweeted me about this, but at the time when he told me, I assumed it was just going to be a simple ROM hack for this game, just on the Master System emulator and whatnot, but then the trailer came out and I'm like, hold on, I know this guy before. I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were kind of really cautious about it when it was first announced, you know, saying, no, there's going to be this Wonder Boy 3 remake. And yeah, then the trailer came out and you're like, okay, they've actually put some effort into this. You know, they're actually trying here, so
yeah, so
it's looking good.
It's a much different impression than the Wonder Boy 1 remake that was coming to Steam very soon, which is like,
Yeah, that one's not looking so good.
This is the arcade one where you're like a caveman with a bone hammer. No, not bone hammer, but you throw hammers and skateboard.
Yeah, we had that in the first Master Monday.
Yeah.
Not the first Master Monday, sorry, the first Master 15 race.
That's right.
So we've got Beatram now on the Zombie Dragon. His health is looking alright, he's got 2 medicines, so it should be reasonably simple for him now.
Yeah.
Should be a bit of a formality.
So, when I did runs of this in the past, I just stood in the middle and jumped vertically upwards, but that actually takes a lot longer for the dragon to spawn up. So then I did jumps left and or right to spawn faster, but apparently what you can do is what Beatram's doing right now, is just stay in the corner and jump upwards, and that's nearly just as fast as my methods. Again, there's damage RNG, so it can range from 2 to 8 damage per hit.
Yep, and TNT's having some trouble with the that's his game over on Sonic 2, so I'll need to start from Underground Zone again.
Yikes.
And I dare say that's probably going to put him out of contention for being able to win this.
So Beatram, the really impressive Wonder Boy run for this little race here.
Yep, and he now moves on to Asterix, which I believe he has experience in.
So Asterix, I don't know the game too well. It's a goal that goes up to 4-3, which is, I think, 12 levels. And the last level of the race in particular is very hilariously annoying once you see it. We'll explain more once we get to that level, but as I was watching some Beatram's streams on practice, they choose certain characters because as far as I know, their maps for each level are different. So in this case, Beatram is probably choosing Asterix right now because I think his level is much faster to complete in terms of level design than Obelisk. I don't know.
Yeah, Obelisk I think is right.
Always
I'm sure we're going to have Sinahel coming in now and complaining at us for not knowing about Asterix.
But Sinahel, I used to know this as a cartoon back in the 90s. Please don't hurt me. I remember back in my school days with comic books in a library, and I think one day a comic got vandalized. But yeah.
Obelix, yes. And now, obviously, Beatram is playing the next level as Obelix. The two characters have different abilities. Like, Obelix can just smash through walls that Asterix would need a bomb to get through. He also has kind of the butt stomp he can do will also get through brick walls and stuff like that. He's kind of the bruiser of the two of them.
I just find it hilarious when Asterix does a downwards aerial attack, which actually uses his fist. He doesn't use his feet nor his butt like Mickey. He actually uses his feet and his fist as a way to attack his enemies from above.
Yeah. And that's actually the first boss down, I believe, for Beatram.
So yeah, there's only 2 games left after Asterix, and they're not too long either. I think they're both shorter. Well, Dynamite Dux is kinda roughly the same length as the Asterix goal for this race. And now, Mephistus has defeated Mummy Dragon, now technically transformed into quote-unquote Mouse Man, but don't know what figure it is in Brazil special, but...
It is literally a mouse.
Huh. It is as well. And Crazy Rasmus is on the last level for the Land of Illusion goal.
Yep, and TNT's making his way back through Sonic 2. He's on back onto Sky High Act 2 now. Obviously, he had all that trouble with the Sky High boss, meaning he had to start that game again.
Yeah, I don't think he picked up any hidden lives, as far as I know, because it's still on 2, so he's really risking it.
He's not picked up any yet, no. And I don't think he will, with the way he's playing this level.
So right now, Beatram's on round 2-2, nearly halfway through this goal. This is an auto-scroller.
We have been talking about the Wonder Boy Dragonstrap remake, Duck in the Fog. It is looking really nice. I think there's going to be quite a few of us in the Master System community that'll be picking that up. I don't know whether anyone will actually be speedrunning it, but definitely casually.
And probably nearly the same case for the spiritual semi-sequel, Monster Boy. In a way, that one's, yeah, almost like Dragon's Trap in a way, but pixelated rather than the art style approach.
Yep, and let's see how TNT does on this boss. Been having trouble before this, so let's see. It's looking better for him so far. Just needs to avoid these projectiles. The projectiles on that boss do home in somewhat, but they kind of only go in through. So, oh, he takes a hit from it, so he takes the death.
Okay, so Crazy Rasmus done Land of Illusion, and now he's on Sonic 2. So he could catch up to TNT if TNT game overs now.
Yeah, if TNT has a game over here, then it'll be really close between him and Rasmus.
For those that just joined in terms of position in races, I can tell you the first 4. Beatram's first place, playing Asterix. In second place, it's Mephistus playing Wonder Boy 3, but he's playing the Brazilian version, so for those who play the classic and never seen this reskin, that's the same game but it's reskinned. In third place, it's Crazy Rasmus right now, because in fourth place is TNT, because he just game overed.
Yeah, we've just had a position change, just as you were saying that. So, with TNT now having game over twice on the second boss of Sonic 2, he's really having trouble with that, and it can really take you by surprise. So I'm not surprised someone's having trouble. I just wouldn't have expected someone with as much kind of experience of Sonic games as TNT to be the one that's having trouble. If people weren't already aware, TNT has been very active, especially in like Sonic 1 16-bit scene. He's done a lot of individual level stuff for that.
Remember, he was one of the more active players to try and reach the sub 11 in game time back in the day, I think. It was like a special milestone a few years ago, and Mike89 was one of the other players trying to reach it.
So we have Retro Mega. Yes, he is still on Astro Warrior. And I believe Infinite Mystery is still on that one. I'll just have a quick check of that. Yes, he is. So yeah, we've got a clear kind of first and second right now, with Beatram in the lead and the fifth to second. The race for third is looking really close now.
Oh yeah, it's neck and neck for both Rasmus and TNT. They're like few seconds apart.
And I don't know why, but a minute ago TNT decided it'd be a good idea to pick up an emerald.
You need 7 TNT, but oh wait, this game doesn't even have a supersonic form.
Yeah, this game, like the full, if we were doing a full kind of all emeralds run, you'd pick up 6 emeralds, and that would unlock up an extra level at the end.
I forget there's just 6 in some of the titles for the earlier ones. So 7 for 16-bit Sonic 2.
Yeah.
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah, I think they added the 7th to kind of justify Supersonic. And be like, this is why you can't get it in Sonic 1 and stuff like that.
Oh, that kind of makes sense now I mention it. Now, I think Beacham's on World 4, so he's not too far left now to the end of his goal. And once you see 4-3, you can see why the game design is a bit weird. It gets a bit weird, thanks to the mechanics of various things. For an easy idea, it's very hard to execute.
Yeah, and both players grabbing at least one safety life in the Sky High this time. So they're both on 3 lives now, rather than I believe the 2 to start with. But Rasmus has completely overtaken now. He's finished Act 1 before TNT has, so... But it's still really close. There's only like 10 seconds in between them two.
Yeah, I think TNT though purposely slowed down a bit just to have a shorter bonus screen as well. As long as both players don't go for sub 20 seconds, just to get a 300,000 point bonus for fast times.
I don't think either of them will be going for sub 20 seconds. Would be a bit silly of them to.
27 seconds for Rasmus. Okay, so
and TNT taking a slightly slower way of doing it overall, but much safer, going over the top of the level.
So if you look on Beatram's screen right now, this is the level where the simple idea becomes very hard to execute because of various mechanics. I'm sure this is the one. Like, explain more once we get there, and it's pretty funny.
So what Beatram was doing there is trying a little small zip there, just kind of clips through that bit of the wall that was meant to be too small for him. So now he has to bomb these, and yep, he gets that clip straight away. Yeah, I think another section you're meaning now. There's a platform that moves up and down at some point.
Yeah.
That you have to land bombs on to destroy 3 blocks, but getting the timing right is fairly difficult.
It's easier said than done in a way, yeah. It's not forgiving. If you're going for a world record pace, in terms of like Mario Brothers frame perfect here, good luck, because this level is just the ultimate nope.
And so we've got Mephistus now on the zombie dragon, as Beatram starts round 4 on Asterix. And
Mephistus gone for the 2-heart route, and yes, and he's near the end of the Wonder Boy 3 goal for this race. Both Crazy Rasmus and TNT are still fighting against the second boss. Crazy Rasmus nearly beaten it, I think, judging from how much screen time.
Oh, TNT takes another death. And Rasmus takes it out, so Rasmus is taking a bit of a lead now.
The gatekeeper of like 2's down and out for Rasmus. TNT's got 1 life left, or 1 spare life, not too sure if you get still play with 0. Some games you can, some you can't. Oh, Beatram's going for a safe approach against that alligator.
Now, what you can do against this boss in Sky High is you can kind of go behind him a bit, because it'll only fire in front of him. So if you go behind him a bit like TNT just did there, obviously he just killed it, but if you do it when he's still alive, it just gives you a second or 2 of not being fired at.
Nice. And now Rasmus powers back to 1. He's only got 2 levels left. Hopefully he may or may not know the shortcut in Act 2.
We will see. I don't think he's practiced all that much, so we'll see what he knows and what he doesn't. He takes the unintentionally takes the invincibility there.
That's a fine 8-bit-ish flaw, because it's in hit stun animation, but because it came off on a tube, Pally Game thinks it was still in attacking mode. Funny. Oh, TNT took a hit, and is that game over?
I think that is a game over, yeah.
Oh, he's got.
Oh, he had a continue.
That's
a continue.
Use it.
He used to continue. Luckily for TNT there, he did have that continue, otherwise that would have been back to Underground Zone.
Oh, Beatram lost a life. I think it's doing a little cool time save involving going above the screen and landing on certain block pillars. Oh, yeah.
And he takes another death there. This trick proving a bit of a problem for Beatram right now.
I like these kind of games where going off
takes
screen.
Another.
Oh, yikes!
He's really struggling with this, and he's decided to not go for it anymore, which is probably a wise decision given how much trouble he was having with that. And again, he clips through. Seems that quite a lot of the single height barriers in Asterix can be just clipped through like that.
And it looks like Rasmus does not know about the time saver. He's doing the normal intended route, and
yes, this is a nasty bit of the level. Like, if you don't know exactly where you're meant to be at certain points, then these shrimps, I think they're shrimps, shrimp crab things, lobsters. They're lobsters. And the lobsters will just come and get you, and there's not much you can do about that. And it's possible if you take a hit right at the top, that by the time you get to the bottom, you'll get hit again by another lobster and just die. But Rasmus seems to have made his way through that without too much of a problem.
Beatrice just got through one of the obstacles, that infamous one where you got to throw potions at a precise time, precise height on a mobile platform. As we were speaking about that.
Well done to Beaton for that. Because, he's got another one here.
So yeah, the annoying part is that the potion bounces off the wall, so it does not land next to the vulnerable blocks. And if Asterix lands on that mobile platform, it just falls down.
Yeah, and Rasmus having to fall down because he needed air, I believe. Or he needed the bubble to get up. Actually, I think it's just he needed the bubble to get up. So he needs to do that entire section again. TNT overtaking him, I believe.
Yes, he knows a secret shortcut.
So now it's TNT in third once again. As Rasmus again clips the platform with his bubble and loses it. So I think he's going to have to go all the way back down again to get another.
So this race started roughly at around 2 hours and 40 minutes ago.
2 hours and 40 ago, yeah. Roughly 1 PM Eastern Time.
Now, Beatrim's done that level. He's now on the second last game, Dynamite Dux. It's a port on an arcade game, not as well known as Altered Beast or Golden Axe, but still, like one of many, it's a port on an arcade game. And
the goal on this one is to beat it. You need to finish the entire game.
Yeah.
As TNT finishes the goal in Sonic 2.
Nice. This is the third out of the 4 games that involves completing the actual game. First one was Outrun, then it was Mojo World. Third one, Dynamite Dux right now. And the fourth one is Shinobi World, as Alex Kidd. But anyway, yeah, this one's kind of breakish at times, but you gotta make sure you don't get hit by enemies. There's a trick for the fire boss. You gotta go down in the lower half of the screen, because if you get hit by a fireball, you can pick up the fire extinguisher very quickly. It also has an attack which allows you to charge up your punch. Deals quite a lot of damage, and there's some cheesy strats that involves training hits. Most of the time goes towards your favour.
Yeah, I think Beatrim is probably taking the more sensible route though, and going with the projectiles, which I think he's now run out of, so it'll be back to his standard attacks.
Rasmus is on the last level for the goal. He's got 2 spare lives left. Again,
he shouldn't have any trouble with this. It's a remarkably simple boss. It's all about being patient and waiting for the seal to make its ball big enough to actually hit it.
There you go. Trading hits. There's a little minor quirk with time saver. If you get the ducks towards around the middle part of the screen, you can cut down the auto walk path towards the door. But it doesn't really matter too much for this kind of run, to be honest. Beatrim's far ahead compared to the others. I want to say 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, Beatrim at this point is definitely looking like the favourite to take it.
There's only 5 levels.
It's not to say it's a certainty, because there's still plenty that can go wrong with the games that are left.
Yes.
Especially Shinobi World. That game will give you plenty of trouble if you even let up for a second.
So both Crazy Rasmus and TNT are on Wonder Boy 3, Dragon's Trap. TNT has done the prologue segment, so now he's going to be in the town with absolutely 0 power-ups. For Beatrice's game, there's for each level except the last one, there's a mid-boss which appears partway through the map, and there's an end-of-level boss. For the 5th level, there's only a boss for obvious reasons, just to build up suspense.
So Beatrim just beating that mid boss, but he's not got much health left at all. I think one more hit and he'll lose alive.
Yeah, stun on the enemies deals 2 bars of damage, so you're very likely right with that. TNT picked up the first heart container in the town. A wise choice. It's one of those weird games, and especially in a full game run, you could technically save time by not picking up the card containers, but the risk is extremely high if that's the case. Fortunately, Trim picks up Burger.
Pick up a full health. Yep, the Burger will entirely fill your health, so he doesn't need to be quite as careful now. Being careful is still a good idea, though.
Mephistus screwed up a screen there. He was on the left. He was more on the right half of this mobile platform that was attached to a spike, so he fell down. But now he's doing it correctly, staying on the left half. Yep, he now carries on progressing into the game.
Yeah, these platform levels in Asterix are a bit weird in how they work. Like you've got platforms that join onto each other, and then they hit a barrier and split off again. If you've not played the game before, it's an unusual mechanic that you need to get used to.
Yeah, boss fights are laggy in Dynamite Dux. It's not your stream lagging or Beatrim's low frame rate settings, it's just the game is just very, very laggy. And he defeats the second boss without problems. Still got a good amount of spare lives for the next 3 levels. Level 3 is like another town stage. I'll tell you more about the next 2 levels once you get there. Don't want to spoil it for you. I'm not unfamiliar with the 15 games in general. So guys on chat, which out of the 13 or so games are your favourite so far? If you ever want to play at least one of those games, which one would it be? And don't say none. The Star mid-boss is a very easy fight. He doesn't really do much in terms of offensive threats. He doesn't have many barriers unlike the other past 4 bosses.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Wonder Boy 3 suggestions there, and yeah, I can't disagree with them. I think out of the games here, I think Wonder Boy 3 is probably the best one.
Duck in the Fog. I think Astro Warrior was just I had it on the list because Beatrim wanted his shmups, but yeah, it was not the easiest or best quality game choice. There's actual legit games to run, then Astro Warrior, nah. It's a bit of a punishing one.
Now, Beatrim takes a death there, but deaths aren't that punishing. They just put you back where you were, just like a few seconds lost. But, oh, the teasing Burger. Burger spawns off the first enemy after he died. That's just mean.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yikes. He should be near the end of level 3 now at this point. Feels quite a journey and a half. Then again, the first mid-boss appears very early in the level. Here you go, final boss. Again, it's a rematch. Nothing too special. It's a 10-0 matchup to Dux' favour. There he goes, no damage. It's a weird thing about this game. Some bosses die really fast, some take forever.
So in the lead right now, we've got Beaton. He's on Dynamite Dux, which is second to last game. Mephistus is on the game before him. He's on Asterix right now, so he's second. And we've currently got a very, very close race between TNT and Crazy Rasmus for third.
I think Crazy Rasmus took quite a while to pick up some gold. I don't think he picked up any after defeating the dragon boss, the prologue boss.
Yeah, I think TNT's slightly in the lead at the moment compared to Rasmus.
Yeah. He might be playing for a death warp though, as Rasmus is going to do right now.
He's just got the death warp. And with a bit of luck for him, he'll get the extra medicine off this.
So here's the gate.
He got it.
Oh, Rasmus got the
Rasmus got the medicine. Yeah.
Speaking of medicines, I was going to say that Mephistus is now doing the 4-3's infamous obstacle.
Yeah, this can be really annoying, especially if you accidentally get yourself onto the platform. It will just drop down. And the position the bomb needs to be in is fairly close as well. So yeah, it's really frustrating if you don't get it a few times.
Oh, he's close, Mephistus. Yeah, if you destroy the top and bottom block, but not the middle, that's like, oh gee whiz, this is going to take forever.
With how quickly Beatram got this as well, it's just increasing the gap.
Oh, true, yeah.
Oh, that was close as well. Wow.
TNT's picked up the safety heart, which is next to the pyramid.
And Mephistus finally gets the block destroyed.
I think there's no one coming right top though, so that's not the end of it, sadly. That's the first one, I think.
That is just the first one, yeah. We'll see what happens on the later part of the level.
Okay, so Beatram right now is on the last level. Unlike the previous 4 levels, there's no mid-boss, there's just a boss, which has 2 forms. And there's a cheese strat you can do, which I'll explain more once he actually starts the fight. Mephistus, I think, completed, yes, Mephistus has completed Asterix goals, and now he's doing the full game run of Dynamite Dux.
Yeah, we do have Colonel Sanders just at the beginning of the game there.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got hit by that from that projectile. Oh, yeah, this is the part we get through it apparently, so it's not all too bad. So now both TNT and soon Rasmus is not going for the extra heart. It's going to save time.
Very risk. Oh, he's taken the heal instead.
He saves time if I'll pick up the extra heart container, but he's got to play a bit more risky now. Costs less health. Okay, so Beach right now is fighting against the last boss. Again, this is his first form. Boss is kind of predictable from looks of things. Phase 2 becomes nuts, but there's a strat you can do. If you go on half of the bottom half of the screen, his movement pad becomes a bit glitched out in a way. Like, he doesn't really move much. But he's got 3 lives to spare, so he can pretty much trade hits and go for max power charge punches. Oh yes, MTI. The 16-bit Wonder Boy games, technically in Japanese, Monster World 3 and Monster World 4 have saves, cartridge-based saves.
And we have Beatram now moving on to the final game.
Oh yes, the final game now. Alex Kidd in Shinobi World. This one had a bit of an active scene in the Master System community, and especially past few months, because me and John went to ESA earlier this year in July, and both Beatram and Rasmus got tech toy controllers from Mephistis, if I remember correctly. And these tech toys, D-pads in particular, they are official controls as well, that's the thing, and you can actually do impossible directional inputs without problems. It's just like nearly 0 out of 10 on terms of execution. It can be like a fresh mint condition controller that still can be done. You don't need to take off the case or wear
there's a
off.
manufacturing issue with it, where the thing that normally stops you, like there's a little plastic like nub on a controller D-pad on a Master System controller that kind of stops you from just pushing the entire thing down. But on the Tectoy controller, it's not big enough, so you can literally just push the D-pad down and press multiple directions at once, like up, down, left, right, and it causes some very interesting effects with this game in particular.
No, I don't think you're going to see it in this one because...
No, you're definitely not. It's so risky. I don't think we've actually had a full run that uses it properly yet, so...
Yeah, well, I saw the two trying out and practice back at the event, and it was hit and miss really with the trick. Normally what I do is that in level 3-1 you pick up the tornado power-up and then you input that impossible direction, and you zip up vertically very fast, and then you zip to the far right in the second section, and you can complete the level very, very fast, but the success rate is very low in a real-time run.
Yeah, what happens when you do this thing, like you can do it on ladders as well. Basically, if you're on like a ladder or in tornado form, it basically just makes the entire game zip, and it just causes so much glitchiness and like unintended effects that just weren't coded for whatsoever.
I'm not sure if a Tool Sister run did it or not. I know they did it with ladders, but not so much for tornadoes. There might be some video links on the Tool Sister video forums of it. I'm not too sure, but it's just good luck trying to get out accurately in a real-time run.
Yeah. Beatram is going well so far in Shinobi World. He's on the second set of levels so far.
Yeah.
The next boss is kind of the first main problem area of the game. It's Heli will basically spawn a bunch of little enemies, and they go in entirely random directions.
Yeah.
So it's basically a reaction boss, and let's see how it goes.
It's one of the gatekeepers if you want to do absolutely serious world record runs as well.
Yeah, but Beatram's going for the safety strat of stand on the left. It does make it a lot less likely that he'll run into trouble with this. It's not quite the fastest way of killing it, but it went really smoothly for him, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
That was a really smooth heli.
The cockpit reminds you of Opa Opa as well, in a way. It has the colours around it, especially. Yeah, losing words here, but
yeah. Anyway, Beatram's now picking up the tornado to make his way through this next level.
He's already halfway through the game. There's only 12 levels, and this is Alex Kidd's last main game before he appeared in uncommon spin-off titles. Most recently,
yeah, this is his last main series, like mainline game. And honestly, it's one of the better ones in the series. Yeah, Beatum is playing really safe so far. He's picked up more health than he needs to. He's picked up a safety life. But I think he just wants to make sure he gets through.
Oh yeah.
He's in a really good position, though. He's over a game ahead of anyone else, so he's looking really good to win this.
Both TNT, I think. Actually, I saw TNT on one right going for the shop items, so I think Rasmus actually is in the lead here. But I'll probably double check that once they go through the next screen. Who gets to the next screen first?
Yeah, I've not been keeping that much of an eye on it, because it's more been kind of concentrating on Beatrum's progress and Mephistus so far.
Yeah.
But it's looking like Rasmus does have maybe a slight... No, he doesn't, because he's now in the skeleton room. So I think TNT might be... Oh, no.
No, it's Rasmus because he gets the wisp
Rasmus
key.
is in the lead, yeah, because he got the key. Yeah, definitely Rasmus is slightly ahead of TNT now.
And Beatron survives the 3-3 boss against Wobster.
Yeah, Robster is kind of annoying as well. He's only vulnerable when he's in the air. And when he lands, he kind of fires these yellow projectiles up at you. And it can be quite difficult to avoid them. As you can see that he took quite a bit of damage during that boss. He went down to 1 health, so... But he's through it, and you get a refill up to 3 if you're below that when you finish your set of levels. So he's now onto the final set. You'll have refights during this with the first boss, Hanzo. Not Hanzo. Is it Hanzo? No, Hanzo's the final boss.
The first refight is like the Kabuto.
The first boss, Kabuto, that's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll have a refight against Kabuto, and he'll have a refight against Robster. No refight against Heli, thankfully. And then he'll be into Hanzo himself.
But yeah, those who read the magazine scans or heard about this game, this is the one that's infamously known as Mao Eo, because he turns into small form and actually fires fireballs, but obvious reasons that to change his name to Kabuto. TNT's, I think, went to the store for an extra hard container, but because he has 4...
He's got 4 now. He can play super safe.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's quite a way behind Rasmus now.
Yeah, and if he game overs, he has to grind a lot of money to get medicine, because the more hearts you have overall, the pricier the medicines are, more expensive.
Yep. So Beaton is now on Hanzo.
Yep, this is the very last bit. We might check the speedruns like IRC to see what he's done. And oh ho ho! And there we go.
So we have Beaton winning.
And he has a time of 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds.
So well done to Beaton.
Give him a round of applause, everyone. I think that's a new PB as well, because the last time I saw him doing a complete set was just under 3 hours and 10.
Yeah, I think he had a 3 hours and 9 race PB, so that I think he's knocked about 6 minutes off that. So definitely well done to Beaton for both PBing and winning the race entirely.
I think it was Outrun which made the huge difference. I think he didn't, I don't think he came over at all for Outrun.
I think as just consistency through the entire thing, really. There was only some relatively minor things that seemed to go wrong, so...
Yeah, nothing seriously bad, no, other than Astro Warrior for obvious reasons. There was no game overs for the other games, really, that cost a lot of time.
Yeah, but Astro Warrior cost everyone a lot of time, so that doesn't really.
Mm.
It just cost him less than everyone else.
Oh yeah. He practiced. I think I've seen him practice more than the others, so it all makes sense that he deserves to win, definitely. And Rasmus is almost caught into the infinite from the zombie dragon. That's one annoying thing about zombie dragon. He takes too long. Once the dragon pops out, he launches an infinite wave of fireballs nearly, and due to how hit stun works, you can actually extend your invincibility if you get hit again whilst you're invincible, but it's not always worth it if you can't actually hit the dragon itself. And Infinite Mystery is now on.
He's still on Outrun. X-Men is certainly a game. It's very cheesable, as you may end up seeing if Infinite Mystery manages to get through Outrun in a reasonable amount of time, but probably not, because then there's Bubble Bobble afterwards.
Mephistus is slowly taking damage, but why? Has he got real life distractions from?
Could he be gaming over intentionally because he's got no lives?
Because he did have one before.
Ah. We are apparently back. Well, we're back on Outrun and Wonder Boy 3 on the stream because Beatrim finished. He won the race in 3 hours and 3 minutes and 33 seconds. So we're now watching the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place runners.
Oh, Beecham, if you're on chat, are you available for a quick interview?
Yeah, the reason that we're showing Outrun still is that Infinite Mystery is doing it completely blind.
Okay, so right now I'm going to invite Beecham into the chat for a quick interview and see what he thinks about this entire experience. Hello, Beecham. You're live on the Masters 15
Hold on,
channel.
he's muted.
Oh, is he muted? I need to figure out how to unmute him. Maybe it's his half, yeah. His little thing doesn't have a tick. Well, it's blank on him, so. Okay, it should not be muted. Hey, Beecham. Congratulations on the Master 15.
Thank you.
So, do you feel like there was anything that kind of didn't? Obviously, you won, so it went according to plan. But is there anything that you could have kind of improved there?
Sapachule, I was down to 0 lives on the final boss.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Everyone had
Zero.
issues with Sapachule.
Zero. Like, I would have had to start again. So
yeah, I feel sorry for Retro Omega though. He's still on Sapachule.
Yep. The game will do that.
Oh, it will.
It's a really tough game. I mean, when we were looking at what to put in, neither I nor Crazy Erasmus beat that game before we said, yeah, let's do it. And then it's just a matter of practice. Unfortunately, it's a very tough game. So I know Retro Omega was looking forward to this race too. So that's too bad. But yeah, that was the biggest problem that I had. Time Soldiers, I wasn't happy with.
Yeah, you didn't have the best of luck there. It took a while for you to get to the second major boss.
Well, that I was trying to get the warp.
Oh, okay.
And I probably had 1 or 2 lives left on that as well.
Ooh, yeah.
That's why I was I was trying to be very, very cautious.
Yeah,
Towards the end there.
Yeah, I noticed through quite a lot of the games actually, you seem to use safer strats.
Well,
Like
that's more or less what I do. So, you can ask people. I'm well known for safe strats in Shinobi World, especially because I'm just not that good at the difficult strats. So, in order to get through that game without having to continue at round 4 or something, I, grabbed an extra life here, did a few other things. So, yeah. The heli fight, another example.
Yeah. Well, it all seemed to work out for you anyway. I mean, you had a lot less trouble with a lot of the games than some other people had. I presume because of the safety strats. Quite a few people went for stuff that would presumably be less safe.
Yeah, I've been trying to put in time to practice as well, so I don't know how much practice others have gotten, but I mean, I can't explain Outrun. I just like the game. It is difficult, but you just have to carefully apply brakes and things like that. It's I'm gonna say the biggest thing for Outrun and why I've gotten good at it is really just when you ram into the back of a car because you can't get out of their way and you spin a little bit.
Yeah.
You just downshift and brake a little bit and then upshift again and suddenly you're going at 190 kph again. I don't know how, it just happens. So I had that happen a few times where I just hit the back of a car, and rather than spinning out and stopping, you can basically go right where where you left off. Trying to think if there are any other games that were really bad. Asterix, I tried the
Yeah, you lost quite a few lives on the...
yeah, and then I just said, it doesn't even save that much time. I'll just keep going.
Yeah.
I was glad that I wasn't stuck throwing potions for like 5 minutes.
No, Mephistus
it was more like 2 minutes.
Yeah, Mephistus got stuck on that for quite a while as well.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
I mean, it's a particularly nasty bit of the level there, though. Like, the timing has to be fairly exact.
Yeah. I got really lucky in Wonder Boy 3. I got that medicine drop on the way to the pyramid, and then I just got tons of heart drops that I hadn't seen in my practice. There are some that I think are fixed. Green Link, you might know better.
Yeah.
So, like, some of the ones that are fixed, I knew I was waiting for a heart drop in the dungeons and stuff, but then I just... yeah.
But then just the random ones really helped out.
Yeah, my strategy for the beginning of that game is to try to keep the medicine and then go all the way back to town. But if I lose the medicine, then I might as well just game over, death abuse. So
yeah, we've seen a mix of approaches on the death swap idea.
Yeah.
A couple of people decided to go for it intentionally, and
yep.
A couple of people just didn't. They just went for the normal route.
Yeah, especially with the medicine in the chest right before the first boss. That comes in handy.
Yeah, I mean, we even had TNT going for 4 hearts in the end.
Yeah, that was going to be my strategy until I played it a bunch more with the 2 hearts and medicine, just for safety. And as you could see, I needed at least 1 medicine, but
yeah. But then you got the lucky drop that let you kind of play it a bit.
a bit more.
bit more risky.
Yeah, and then I took so much damage on my way to the second dungeon that I just went and bought another medicine anyway. Like ultra safe. I normally wouldn't have done that because I had 2. But yeah, safe strats. I mean, obviously safe strats aren't going to win you a big 20, but for Master 15, it seems to be viable.
It also depends on the punishment factor as well. Like the very first game, Astro Warrior, is a very punishing game if you died partway through level 3. But if you die against the boss of level 3, it's not too bad.
Yeah, or if you die like I did just before. So there's a certain checkpoint right before the 3rd boss, but in the middle of all the mess with the Hornet's Nest, or the equivalent in the space version. But like all that nonsense, and you can die and then just go right to the boss. So I got lucky and got that checkpoint. Otherwise, I probably would have been playing at least one more time. Fantasy Zone went well.
Yeah, Fantasy Zone seemed to go really well for you in the end.
Yeah, definitely.
Like you definitely, again, you clearly.
I died once, I think. But I died after I got the red bottle.
Ah, yes, yeah, you died pretty much straight after that, didn't you?
Yeah, so I ended up getting a bigger cushion if I needed it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how's everything been going? Looks like Mephistus is about to finish up.
Yeah, Mephistus is just finished the Robster refight on the stream we've got. So
he's almost at the very end now.
Yeah, he's about to fight Hanzo.
I noticed he was using some safer strats when he was practicing this game.
He did risky strats for Fantasy Zone 2. He did not pick up the extra health at all.
I think that might be him not really knowing about it, though.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's Mephistus finished.
And what's the SRL time? It's 3 hours.
17:29.
Yeah. Congratulations to Mephistus.
Congratulations.
Give a round of applause, everyone, chat. And Mephistus, if you are available, you are welcome to join us for a quick interview.
Alright, I'm gonna go stretch my legs.
Alright, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
Thanks, Petra.
So we have our first and second place all tied up.
What I'm doing right now is just checking if Mephistus is available for interview. I'm just asking it on IRC. We may or may not. To be fair, playing for 3 hours and you just want to have a quick break. That sort of feeling. But yeah, for those who just joined in, 2 out of the 6 racers have finished the game. Beatrice finished first with 3 hours and 3 minutes and 33 seconds. And Mephistus just finished second with 3 hours, 17 minutes and 29 seconds. And I've just got information right now from Mephistus. He would love to, but he doesn't have a mic right now. So what you see on the stream right now are the remaining 4 runners. Retro Mega is still stuck on the very first game. It's a very brutal game for those unfamiliar. It's It's a momentum killer game, to be honest, because especially for the very third level, it's very hard to navigate through the survival phase with a very slow ship with underpowered weapons.
Yeah, like, and it's so easy to get tilted on this game as well. Like, when you have a run of dying on this game, it's really difficult to work yourself back out of that.
Yes. And let's see, I think TNT started round 4, Crazy Master's almost done with round 4, he's on 4-3, so for who's in the lead right now-ish, after the first 2 runners finishing the whole thing, is Crazy Masters on the top left, followed by TNT on the bottom right. Let's see. Okay, so my friend John is going to be out for a couple of minutes, so I'm going to do some more commentary for you. So, the Master 15, for those who just joined thinking what this is, you may have been familiar with the NES Big 20. It's a mini-marathon race attempt to complete 20 games by completing certain tasks, whether or not it's completing certain amounts of levels or completing the entire game. And Master System is not as well known as the NES, and we do a similar thing, but we play roughly up to 15 games, which is called the Master 15. This is the second time ever we've done it. We did one back last year with a couple of runners, I think roughly 6 of them, included Crazy Rasmus, John UK89, Beatrim, Poggington. I think Retro Mega took part last year, and there's one other one, Crosscader, I think. I apologise if I got that wrong. And that run was roughly 3 hours-ish on average, if not just under. Because one of the very last games was technically a JRPG that was meant to be very long, but it can be done in under 1 minute thanks to a glitch. But this one was a little bit more challenging. The very first game especially is a very big momentum killer if you die at a very bad place. And it's all the same for the second one, Outrun. You see on the bottom left of your picture by Infinite Mystery. Don't want to crash too many times, like 2 of them is the max you can do to unintentionally crash. If you crash for 3 or more times, you're not going to make it. There's 5 sections in Outrun. You can go either left or right by the end of each section. So there's technically 5 different endings. And TNT, wow, that's fantastic. On the bottom right, you got through the most annoying part of the game when playing fast. You have to throw potions at the right time, and because it bounces off the walls, it doesn't explode right next to the vulnerable grain blocks. So it's a very precise throw. Very, very precise. Unfortunately, 4-3 actually has to go through 2 of these obstacles, and the second one has a human-eating plant. But if you get rid of the middle and either top or bottom, you can progress through into the game. Actually, that's the first, I think, because he took a death after this bit right here. He took a death here, he had to do the first one again. Yeah, okay, so you're going to see another one of this hilarious obstacles. On Crazy Rasmus' screen right now, he's on Dynamite Dux. That's the second last game of the big race. He's fighting against the second boss, the end of level boss technically. And he's done the first level. He's got 4 more levels to go through. Duck in the Fog. The goal for Bubble Wednesday for the marathon was just get through round 30. It's roughly 15 to 20, I want to say 15 to 25 minutes if you know how to play fast and get lucky with item drops and whatnot. I don't know the game too well in terms of item manipulation, if it ever was such a thing. But Crazy Raptor is now on the second level. He's going to fight against the mid-boss in a second, there you go. Retro Mega is still on the first level. The first level is ideal just to fully power up your ship. Every time you see these squares on the fortress parts of the map, if you destroy enough of them, it spawns a power-up. And you power up enough times to have plasma beam-like lasers and have 2 extra mini-bots as backup. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure Retro Omega is aware about that, because what I usually do is just go all haywire and destroy every single little mini-base as much as I can in the first level. So that by the time I fight against the first boss, I'm fully powered up. Okay, so TNT has technically done the Asterix skull. I think either A, he's finding the actual cartridge, or ROM. I'm not sure he's playing this on emulator. He's probably playing on emulator, judging from the looks of things how quickly the game changes once it takes effect. And Infinite Mystery crashes. Oh yikes. Yeah, you only can crash up to 2 times and still complete the game. But the second crash, you can get away on the 5th level, the 5th section, because it's actually a lot shorter, the 5th one, since there's no split path and no extra filler after choosing the path. It's actually a lot shorter. Okay, so TNT is now starting Dynamite Dux, the second last game of the marathon. I'm gonna say marathon or big race either way, you know what I'm talking about. I think Crazy Rasmus is partway through the second level from the looks of things. Yeah, if you're in case of wondering, Infinite Mystery, from what I remember, is a pretty well known member to just do all these big races blind, as in like, he just go try these games out for the first time, and it looks like the first 2 games are big gatekeepers. They're huge punishment games as well, like you gotta play good for 5 minutes, you can't make a mistake part way through, you gotta be pretty much spot on. The rest of the games, later games, are not too bad. It's just that it's very fast if you know how to execute these certain levels and whatnot. And speaking of later levels, I think the most punishing games after the first 2. X-Men Mojo World is punishing if you lose Rogue, because Rogue is the best character in the game, and if you lose her, you have worthless characters. Like I said earlier, when the first player started Mojo World, Rogue is like SSSS plus tier, whilst all the others are D-. And Rastan's not too bad. And so, well, Time Soldier is a bit of a weird game, because it says 2 bosses and rescue 2 Time Soldiers, but the bosses in this case only counts for the ones you kill in the black background. Those are what I call major bosses, since once you kill those, you rescue a warrior. Fantasy Zone 2 is going to be pretty tough, blind especially, because especially if Infinite Mystery, you never played the second one, if you don't know your secret item locations, you're going to have a hard time. The goal was originally going to be 4 levels, but it was cut down to 3. Which is fair enough, because it'd be even worse for a blind player who never played the game before. Now, speaking of the race, Rasmus is on the 3rd level, partway through, because he did the first boss. TNT is now going to start the 2nd level. And we're almost 3.5 hours-ish into the race. If Crazy Rasmus managed to finish the game he's on right now, expect another 7 minutes or so to the end.
No, we'll probably be looking nearer 9 just for safe strats.
Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot.
There's
Hey John,
no way they're
welcome
going
back.
to be. Thank you. There's no way they're going to be pulling off like world record strats at the end of this. I mean, they've been playing for well over 3 hours now,
Hmm.
and I think at this point they'll just be saying, "Right, I want to get this over and done with. Let's play safe."
Yeah. Okay, so Rasmus now done the 3rd level, he's on the 4th level, which is a High West theme. Okay, TNT is still on level 2, fighting against a very laggy mid-boss. He's lost a life, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, bosses in this game are generally fairly laggy. The only real exception is the fire boss.
Yeah, Fire Boss is good in terms of near lagless.
Like, I
Which
think
is
the
not
final
recent.
boss is okay as well, but I think the fire boss is even less laggy than that.
Hmm.
Yeah, TNT having some trouble with this mid boss. It's taking him a while to get it down. He's losing a lot of health.
Oh yes. They're stuck in the fox says it's not lag, it's bullet time. Nobody has officially quit yet. Someone on 7.
Yeah, we've got no forfeits yet. I think Retro Omega might be at some point.
Yeah.
He's getting a bit worn down by Astro Warrior. It is a brutal game.
3 hours of it and hearing the same loops. That takes some going.
Yeah, he's done well to get to 3.5 hours of this. And I'd love to see him finish the goal. That'd be really nice.
Oh yes. Oh, Crazy Rasmus has 0 lives to spare, so I think there was continues, unless there's a continue code, not too sure. Probably continues that feature.
I
Let's see.
can't remember actually. It's been a while since I've actually played Dynamite Dux, so I can't remember if this continues as a thing or whether you need to cheat that.
Yeah, because I remember Beecham came over during his practice run, and then he used continue either traditional or code method. Can't really remember. So now he's fighting against the end of level boss because the other one was penguins.
Yep.
It's for boss fights. Most of the time, it's just trading hits. Most of the time, towards your favor, since you have invincibility frames that goes on for nearly a couple of minutes. Not really, but still. He's on the final level now, the temple. Again, there's no mid-boss, there's just only one boss which has 2 forms.
It looks like there is just kind of standard continues because TNT just needed to take one.
Okay, that's fortunate then. So Rasmus has got no problems with this game yet.
Yeah, I think he might need to start a level again though if he does lose the life, so he does need to be reasonably careful.
That's true. That's definitely true. You could risk it and play the entire level and someone win it, or play a bit more safer and purposely use continue right now and not waste too much time.
I mean, he's still ahead. He's still ahead of TNT either way.
Yeah, he's 2 levels ahead, definitely. It's not. So even if Rasmus is not on his favour, like he actually lost the fight and all, he still is going to be ahead by a wide margin.
Oh, Rasmus is really close to death now. He's got a bit of... Ah, there we go. Most of a life refilled. He got so close to death there. I think he had like 1 or 2 health points left. But he's about to get to the final boss now. And here it is. So he's going for the weapon strat for the first phase.
Ooh, come on, Rasmus, don't game over. Okay, first form down, he's got the second form left. So because he hovers down the bottom half, the boss actually has a harder time to circle around him properly. He does like half circles. Hey, nice!
And he gets it.
Wow, that's less hits than I thought. Thought like he has to do a lot more, but no, he risked it and it all paid off. He's got 1 more game left.
That was a good kill there by Rasmus. Very well played.
Oh, and TNT dies just before pick up the burger. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that actually happened to I believe, was it Beatram as well?
I think it was Beatron, yes.
Yeah, the very next enemy spawned a burger. But Rasmus is now on Alex Kidd and Shinobi World. He does hold the world record for this game, but I doubt we'll be seeing any strats that are too out there.
TNT is now fighting against the end of level boss of level 2. We'll defeat the clouds. Don't forget, it was a report of an arcade game, so I think they try to be so faithful to the point that the game's now dropping frames to single digits.
Yeah, this is a problem with a lot of Master System arcade conversions. Like, they just had too much going on.
And TNT's done it. He's now on level 3, even though use won't continue.
Rasmus on low health at the moment. He's only got 1 health. So Rasmus takes a death there to Kabuto. Oh, he's really struggling with this. But takes Kabuto out.
Mamma mia. Yes, Kabuto's down now. He's got 9 more levels to go. Second boss is Heli. Still find it weird in a way, like his game's so fast paced. Like the levels are much shorter than his first well-known game. I think it's like his famous game, like Kid in Miracle World, for example. They're like it can be quick some of the levels, but it's like hugely various levels, like the castle levels especially.
Yeah,
They're
the
a
castle
lot
levels in
longer.
Miracle World are really quite long compared to the other levels in Miracle World as well. Though
Yes.
there's a big kind of gap in level length.
Let's see. TNT's probably still probably through level 3, probably defeat that star boss. And it's got to defeat more rocks. Okay, so Erasmus has done level 2-2, he should be fighting against the Heli.
Yep. Well, let's see what strat he goes for here. Will he go just to the right and go safe? No, he won't.
I think he knows that he's pretty far ahead now against
No,
TNT.
this is just Rasmus. He goes for the crazy strats.
Oh! Oh, come on.
Is he going to do it? He's got one health left. He takes it. He takes out the heli. So now he's on to round 3-1.
Fortunately, I think there's an extra 1 up here as well.
Yeah, and he's taken that. Is he going to go for the safety rope? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
TNT's...
Rasmus. TNT's on the refight with the fire.
Yep.
And Rasmus, despite going for a slightly less safe strat for Heli, he's been playing reasonably safe through round 3 so far. He's grabbing extra health that he doesn't necessarily have to. So yeah, he's definitely playing this pretty safe at this point. Had taken advantage of a couple of damage boosts there.
Go for the risky bottom route instead of the safe top route, but... Nice.
Yeah, Rasmus definitely not afraid of going for the faster route, although he is picking up extra health still, so... But I think he's got kind of one eye on the fact this is a race here. So absorbs the time. Oh, takes a hit.
Ooh, yeah.
And he takes a death.
Does he have 1 spare life remaining?
He does,
Because I know...
he does have a life left, yeah.
Yeah,
He took the extra life at the start of round 3, so he's safe.
definitely. Nice.
And takes out Robstone the second go. So now into the final set of levels.
Round 4-1. It's this is also the only one out of the 3 to have more platforming than the next 2 levels. Because the next one's a boss rush refight with ladders, a thwomp room, and vanishing platforms. That's it.
Yeah, this is kind of the more, dare say, traditional level in terms of this game. Like, it's more similar to the other levels.
Yeah. Okay, TNT's fighting against the end of boss for level 4. If he defeats this one, he defeats that one. So now he's going to head off to the last level. He has 2 spare lives remaining. I think he might have used a continue or not. Oh, Rasmus took another hit.
Takes an early death on 4-2. So he's on his final life here. He'll need to play this reasonably careful.
Fortunately, there's loads of hard drops in the next part. There's like 2 after Kabuto.
Yeah, and he's on 5 already, so he's looking alright for health right now. He does have a lobster refight coming up, and he does take damage boosts. But he's on 6 health here, he should be fine. And there goes Lobster.
He's got 4 HP, so he should be fine for the next round coming right up, the very last round. So this is near the end for Rasmus.
Oh, it takes an early hit on Hanzo. But into the final phase now, so he should be able to take this. And there we go.
And he's done it. And let's look at the time.
So we've got time. 3 hours, 47 minutes and 12 seconds for Rasmus.
That's the 3 minutes difference between Rasmus and Mephistus. Congratulations to Rasmus, everyone. Give him a round of applause. I'm asking if he's available for a quick interview. Yes, he'll be there in a minute.
TNT having a little bit of he's glitched out the pattern, so he should be. Oh, he takes a death though, but he's got lives to spare. It's fine.
Nice, he's done it.
Takes it. So now he moves on to Shinobi World himself.
He's on the last game. Great Erasmus will be available for interview once he's ready and stuff. I think he's just gonna have a bit of a celebration stretch. Okay, John. I can do it. Aha. Okay, so right now, there's one person is near the end now. TNT is going to take 4th place once he's completed. He's done the very first level. Level 11 more levels to go.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see like, what sorts of strats TNT uses, because I don't think before this he'd done much on this game.
Hey guys.
Hey, Rasmus.
Hello! Congratulations on making to the end of the Master 15.
Thank you. Oh man, that looked dark for a while.
So when you were struggling with Sapochule, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, should I just quit and just commentate and watch instead? But no, that would be wrong. So I decided to stick it out, and like I was tilting pretty hard. You probably saw that. But yeah, I'm happy. I kept going.
Yeah, you go for the two gatekeepers, the Astro Warrior and Outrun.
Yeah,
Those are two,
Outrun was surprisingly good too. Like it only took me 2 tries.
That's not too bad then.
Yeah, I mean, for context for the stream, I think you'd only actually finished all of the goals today.
Yeah, I beat Dynamite Dux like when we did it for the Master 15. No, Master Monday blind race. But I haven't really beaten it since. So I beat it today, right before the stream. And that was like the last of the goal that I accomplished. And I what was the other thing? I figured out the warp thing for time soldiers like earlier today too.
Oh
And I
yes.
got that like perfectly. I think that was really good.
Yeah, most of the other guys that went through time soldiers had issues with it. I think the only person that did it like really quickly was TNT.
Yeah.
I mean, for good reason. He was the one that kind of showed the proper warp strat. But yeah, everyone else at least had a bit of a struggle with it.
Beecham took a while to get to the second major boss, and Mephisto's game over at one point and actually caught up. But I
really?
got to the second boss, yeah.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to rewatching the race. It's gonna be interesting. But yeah, other than Sapos Chula and well, I was actually struggling a little bit with the end of Bubble Bobble. Round 30 took me a bit too long, I feel.
Yeah.
But other than that, and a game over on Rastan actually too.
Yeah. Didn't you trigger a bonus stage at the end of Bubble Bobble as well?
Probably.
I think you did. So I had to wait like for that time out. No, that was Beecham. Sorry, Beecham triggered a bonus stage right on round 30, so I had to wait for that to expire. But yeah, and Rastan I think also gave a few people some issues.
Yeah,
but I think I can't remember if he was the only one who actually game overed on it.
Probably. It's a rough game. I tend to go really hard on it too. So that if you're not lucky and get the armor drop and like a Ram's head at any point to refill your health completely, you're gonna die. Now, but on my second go, I was lucky and got both the armor and the shield, I think, as well as a Ram's head towards end of 4-1, I think. So yeah, I got pretty lucky.
But TNT had a hard time with Sonic 2. He actually, I think, game at least twice. By the time he did his second game over and started the run, you start your Sonic 2.
Yeah, you really caught up there. Just because of TNT taking so long. You actually overtook him on Sonic 2. He game over twice on the Sky High boss.
Oof, yeah.
It's just really rough.
I tried to play some Sonic 2 earlier today, and I game over too, like twice on the Sky High boss. It's rough. It's a rough.
It really is, yeah. Like when you get past that, and then the I think not Sky High 2, Aqualate 2 proved a bit troublesome for a few people as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for you, actually. Because you.
Yeah, I was struggling with the last bit for some reason. I couldn't make. I thought I was able to. I thought I would be able to jump up that last jump before the goal.
Yeah, but you can't. No, for some reason,
Yeah, that's
jump height seems lower on that third jump.
Yeah, it is. It is. But so I was trying that for a while. Because yeah, I wasn't sure what was going on. But yeah, for my first completed run of the Master 15 number 2, I'm very happy with this time. Except Sable Shooter, like that took 25 minutes too long.
I don't think I think maybe Mephistus and Beatram will be kind of reasonably okay with their Sapotule. I think everyone else will be fairly disappointed because it took everyone a long time after them too.
Yeah.
And just shout out to Retro Omega right now. He's still on Sapotule, but
yeah, I was about to say I don't think he's going to play this game ever again after today.
No, I think that'll be all of his patience for this game gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on a very rough part now. For those who aren't familiar with this game, this is level 3, and if you die the wrong section, it's very hard to recover. You're too slow, you're too weak, you got loads of stuff to try and memorize, like diagonal shots, and you got these cloning ice cubes, which is...
This is not an easy game whatsoever. It's so rough.
Yeah, that is such an evil part as well. You can get the game over.
So how has the race been for you guys watching it?
It's been a good race. Like there's been there's a couple of races within the race. Like there was the Beatram Mephistus thing.
Oh yeah, Bubble Bubble.
Yeah, Bubble was really close. And through a lot of it was pretty close as well. And you and TNT were fairly close for a few games as well, so that helped kind of spice things up a bit.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but we've got TNT coming up. We just dropped down onto the lower route on 4-1.
Yeah, I haven't seen this route before, probably because I'll just watch your runs rather than to see the failures.
He just decided, sod it, I'm gonna die here and go again.
Okay.
Yeah, the bottom route it's annoying. Because there's spears from the roof and there's spikes on the ground.
He's gone down again. Let's see how he manages this one.
It's almost at the end of 4-1 soon.
Hope he drops down into fish percent.
Is this sword powered up or something? There's like a glowing.
Yeah, there's a power sword upgrade you can pick up from certain chests.
Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah, he's taking the hidden platforms into the upgrades and health there. So he's got more darts.
That's probably a good call.
Yeah, he's been using dart strats pretty consistently through the run. It does make things quite a lot safer.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice, go fight against Mario. Mario's down.
Mario.
Yeah, that was the name of.
Yeah, that was his kind of
Um,
development name.
Robstar. Let's go Rob all your world record runs for bad RNG. Snip, snip. And the very last bit, which it's actually... Oh! Okay, the frame rate fooled me there, thinking the actual platform disappeared. Good old 30 blinking frames per second. Okay, so now TNT's fight against the final boss. 3 modes, electric barrier mode. I say that because in the original Shinobi game, which this game is based on...
Oh shit.
Ah, nice. We can get Mephistus, the runner who was in 3rd place.
Second place.
Oh, yeah, 2nd place. I'm plonker tonight. Oh boy. Okay, we're going to get Mephistus now. And thank you. Are you available, Mephistus? Are you still muted-ish at the moment?
Hey.
Hey, Mephistus.
Hey, hello.
GG.
Yeah, well done on your 2nd place, Mephistus. And
Oh,
we've just
thanks.
had TNT finish, actually, in 4 hours and 1 minute.
Oh, he just finished. Cool.
Nice. I'm not sure if TNT uses this code. Wait. But yeah, carry on with the interview quickly. I'm gonna ask TNT on IRC in a second.
So, Mephistus, happy with that?
Yeah, that was actually my best time, and I think I did the whole Master 15 games twice, and this was my 3rd time, and this was my best time so far. I saved around 20 minutes, 18 minutes of my previous practice I did on I think it was Thursday or Friday, I don't remember. But I'm pretty happy with it. It was pretty good.
Cool. So pretty much everybody that wasn't you and Beatram had massive issues with Sapachule.
Yeah, I had some trouble. I died on the last level, I think 3 or 4 times. I don't remember.
Yeah, well, everyone died quite a few times. Like, I think Beatram was down to his last life.
Yeah, to be honest, Sapachule was actually one of the games I was most comfortable with. But I did a lot of attempts and I didn't die once, so I don't know if I was really nervous or something, but I died, and I kind of panicked at the last level because I thought I would have to start the game again. It was, I don't know, it was kind of bad regarding the last times I played that game, but I didn't have to restart the game, so it was decent.
Yeah, one thing I did see was on Asterix, you took so long on 4-3 getting the exploding the bombs onto the right blocks.
Yeah, that
That
part
of
is
the level is annoying.
that is I never practice that properly, so I just go on luck and I go trying. I usually do it really quickly, but I don't know what went today, and I took a long time on that. Yeah, was another bad part of the run too.
But overall, you're happy with how you went? No PB?
I am I am happy. I am happy with it. I am happy. To be honest, the only game that I lost time was Sapushule and Time Soldiers. But all other games, and Grey Golf, of course. That was probably the worst game. I don't know how to play that game. I just go and just shoot the ball, and I have no idea. I have no
I
idea how
don't
to
think
play the
many
game.
people do.
Yeah, I have no idea what the differences and all the things you can take all the different kind of, what's the name of that, what's the name of that in golf?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, but
Clubs?
yeah, I don't know how to play.
It's golf anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how to play that game. It's final. I think the only one that knows is Rasmus.
I think Rasmussen beat them, are the two that kind of have the most
Yeah.
idea about that game.
I was
Yeah.
actually struggling quite a bit with Great Golf. Had a couple of tens in there. Bad
Oh,
putts.
Yeah, I was really bad. I don't know if I was. I think you guys can tell me if I was ahead of between at some point. I don't know.
Retro Omega has forfeited the race.
Oh,
According to the IRC, TNT is available for interview. I might add him in a second, if that's alright with you guys.
Of course.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Just gotta wait for TNT to join a certain channel on Discord, and then from there we can add him to the chat. To the voice channel, that is. Aha, let's see. Now, if I know how to do this.
I think he has to join one.
Yeah.
One of the
Join one of the
channels
voice
himself.
channels. I'll type on here. Okay, John just told me there was a power situation in this place, just waiting for stuff to come back up, which is why it's a bit quiet at the moment. This is my first time trying to add people into the chat, and from my experience, it works when the person I want is in another voice channel, and I can move them in, but when I go to the chat member list on my far right, it doesn't let me do that unless they're in the voice channel. So soon TNT knows how to do it and stuff, we can get a quick interview. But yeah, since Retro Omega has forfeited the attempts of doing the very first game, the only active runner right now is Infinite Mystery with Outrun.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how long it'll take IM to get through Astron, because it's a really brutal game. The first hours, like many hours you play the game. We did a Master Monday run of it, I don't know, a couple of months ago, and
Yes.
other than Beatram, who just raced through it because he grew up with the game, the rest of us, I think it took like an hour.
I can check on that.
I barely got to the end of that game as well. I said to John earlier in the race, I said that after the fifth, near the end of the fifth section, I managed to complete it with 0 seconds of in-game time left.
Yeah, I did that too. The first time I beat this game, finished with 0 seconds left.
Yeah,
I beat this game twice yesterday. First time with 1 second to go, and the second time with 0 seconds. And today I think I actually beat it with like 5 seconds to spare, so I'm pretty happy with that. But I see TNT is ready, so you can go ahead and drag him into the channel.
Going to right now. Hello TNT, and congratulations for finishing the Master 15. Guessing he's sorting out mic settings from the looks of things. We're still waiting, for those that just joined in, we're still waiting for get some sound from TD so we can have a quick interview for the 4th place runner who can finish the Master 15. Fingers crossed, before we can get sound from TNT for real, we can talk about the outrun. It's a brutal game, like always. I think Mephistus managed to complete the game after 2 crashes. A 3rd crash will be a run killer because you have wasted enough time for the player to get to the end. And I'm not sure how long Infinite Mystery's been playing. I feel like he's been playing for nearly 2 hours? 2 hours of Astro Warrior and nearly 2 hours worth of Outrun.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think it's about 2.5 hours he's been at Outrun now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's a real trooper as Infinite. Yeah.
So I wonder which track he likes the most.
So you guys have watched him for a bit. What route has he been sticking to the same route each time, or is he?
He doesn't seem to have stuck to the same one all the way through. He probably should at this point, just for consistency. But
yeah, okay.
while we're waiting to see if we can get TNT on here, I'd like to shout out a podcast that goes over a lot of Master System games. It's called Master System Masterpieces, by the guys at Boxfort. And I'm gonna share a link right here. So go check it out, or don't. But there's some pretty cool stuff. They go over some games from a speedrunning and a non-speedrunning point of view. Usually non-speedrunning, actually. And episode 12, Rastan, for example. There's another one here, Outrun, Alex Kidd and Shinobi World. So they've got a few games there.
Oh, did I hear something, TNT?
I think I heard something.
Yeah, I heard something as well. Felt bad for interrupting Beatrum's interesting piece of podcast information. I think this is TNT's first time trying out audio devices in Discord. Maybe. Okay, so one of the reasons it's taken a while because this is TNT's first time on Discord, and good old Feasel's the Legends trying out how to help him out, giving him some tips and instructions.
Yep, and while that's happening, I'll just take a quick opportunity to do a bit of plugging. The Master System guys have been doing kind of weekly races of Master System games for a couple of years now. We call it Master Mondays. It doesn't always happen on Mondays, but generally does. We pick a Master System game and just race it. Before, recently, it was always blind, but now we're kind of getting through the library, so we're picking games that might not necessarily be blind to all of us, but we still have fun doing it. If you want to know more about that, I think Rasmus, Chris Rasmus, Beatrim, Mephistus will all be able to kind of point you in the right direction with that. We have like voice chat on Discord, and we do it on SRL, so
Yeah,
we
don't
do
be
that every week.
Getting in touch if you like doing blind races and also happen to like the Master System and 8-bit systems maybe. Yeah, we've actually for the Master Monday we've actually done a race every single week this year, having the total of races and games raced up to 104 games, which I think personally is quite the achievement. Yeah, we'll keep going every week. So join up if it's interesting.
It's a lot of fun. Even if you don't feel like finishing the game, there's always some funny quirk or two in almost every single one.
Yeah, I guess I could add that tomorrow we're doing Baku Baku Animal Tectoy released game.
They're always fun.
Yeah. Shout outs to Tectoy. I got my Tectoy t-shirt on. Especially for Master.
I thought that was a Yacht Set t-shirt.
Well, yeah, but
Shout out to Tectoy.
Shout outs to Mephistus for buying this shirt.
Hello, guys.
Hey,
Hey,
TNT.
TNT.
Hey, what's up?
I just had a
Congratulations.
good race. Yeah, congratulations on finishing and coming fourth.
Thank you.
How do you feel the whole kind of race as a entire thing went?
Well, I think I can't complain. This is like the first time in a long time I'm streaming, so I'm still a bit uncomfortable when I'm streaming. And I wish I had known this earlier. I only knew about 2 weeks ago that this thing would go down, and I definitely regret that I didn't do a practice run, the whole thing. So I kind of choked on Astro Warrior and Sonic 2, lost 30 or 40 minutes there, so yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of choking on Astro Warrior, though. I wouldn't be ashamed of that at all. But yeah, for Sonic 2, it kind of surprised me that it was you that was the one that was struggling on that game. Because obviously you're fairly well known in the Sonic community as someone who does a lot of work on Sonic games.
Yeah, I don't play the Master System Sonic ones a lot. I had Sonic 1 as a kid, but Sonic 2 I didn't have, and I play it very rarely.
Yeah, so again, congratulations on coming fourth, and thanks for coming in to have a quick chat with us. Hopefully, next time you need to use Discord, you'll understand it a bit better.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Hope you enjoyed the whole event. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it was 1 year since the last one.
Yeah, we were meant to be having like more than just every year, but things came up while the guys were trying to organise it, and it's taken until now to get everything resolved.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
hopefully it won't take another year for the third one. But that will be announced eventually.
Yeah, like Big 20, I think Master 15's usually announced 1 month before the actual race date, so you get roughly 1 month worth of practice. Some games are not too bad, some are brutally evil, but there's some other players who might not take part of the race, may share out some tips. I did a bit of tip hunting for some of the games that could have been very brutal if there wasn't enough research, like Rastan and Wonder Boy in particular. Otherwise, this race could have been going on a little bit longer for people to try and finish it.
Yeah, but I think at this point we'll take this opportunity to kind of say a few final words before we finish up.
Yes.
So obviously the guys just said hopefully the next Master 15 will be announced soon. I believe if you follow Sega Speedruns on Twitter, that should have information when that's announced.
I'm going to post that on the chat right now on Twitch. If you give me a second. Almost there. Right, here it is.
And yeah, just thank you to everyone who's taken part in this. Thank you to everyone who's watched. And hopefully when the next one comes around, we'll have as much success.
Shoutouts to Fiesel and Speed Gaming for doing the restream.
Thank you very much,
definitely.
Fiesel.
Very kind.
Nice to get some more players getting into Master System games. It's a very undiscovered territory for many. Anything else we want to say before we call it quits?
I think we're about done here, and what we'll do is we'll hand it over to Infinite Mystery. We'll get the host set up for him, and anyone who's interested in watching him can do so.
Yeah, please go back him up and cheer him along as he powers through Outrun.
Yeah. Given the big final push, he is a very dedicated player in a way that he does still play the games even after 24 hours, especially for the past Big 20 races. Let's see.
Yep, so thanks for watching everyone, and we'll hand it over to Infinite Mystery.
Thank you for watching, everyone. See you later, folks. Speed Gaming is now hosting Infinite Mystery, so I think the channel's offline.